Howdy, partners, and welcome to tonight's tale from the untamed frontiers of the American West. As the evening sun sets over distant mountains, we invite you to lay down your weary head and drift into the mysterious world of Red Dead Redemption. Each night, we'll share different tales from these wild lands, where outlaws and legends still roam free. And when our story ends, the gentle sounds of the frontier, crackling campfires, distant coyotes, rustling prairie grass, and the soft whisper of the wind will carry you into peaceful dreams beneath the star-filled western sky, with no advertisements to disturb your slumber. Now, saddle up, partner, and let's mosey on down to tonight's tale. The first stars had just begun to appear in the darkening sky as Arthur Morgan guided his horse along the narrow trail that wound through the painted dunes. The vastness of the landscape stretched before him, wind-carved arches of sandstone standing like ancient sentinels against the twilight. His mount, a sturdy chestnut Arabian he called Whiskey, moved with careful steps across the shifting sands, each hoof creating soft impressions that would be gone by morning, erased by the desert wind that never truly ceased, only varied in its intensity. Arthur had been riding for 3 days, putting distance between himself and the chaos that seemed to follow the Vandalin gang wherever they went. Dutch called it a regrouping, but Arthur recognized it for what it was, a retreat after plans had unraveled at Blackwater. The memory of gunshots still echoed in his mind, along with the faces of men who wouldn't be riding anymore. Not everyone had made it out. Some faces he would never see again. Friends whose names now belonged to unmarked graves or the bottom of the river. He removed his hat, running a weathered hand through hair that had grown too long during their months on the trail. Exhaustion had settled deep in his bones, not just the physical weariness of hard travel, but something deeper, a tiredness of spirit that sleep alone couldn't remedy. Arthur rarely allowed himself such introspection, preferring action to contemplation, but alone in this vast emptiness, his thoughts wandered to places he typically avoided. As darkness settled more firmly across the desert, Arthur began looking for a suitable place to make camp. The temperature was already dropping rapidly, the day's heat escaping into the clear night sky. He guided Whiskey toward a promising outcropping of rock that might offer some protection from the wind, when something unusual caught his eye. A faint glow emanating from beyond the next rise. "What do you make of that, girl?" he murmured to his horse, who flicked her ears forward in response. Arthur's hand instinctively moved to rest on his revolver. Years of outlaw life had taught him caution, especially when encountering the unexpected. Could be travelers, could be trouble. He hesitated, weighing his options. The sensible choice would be to make his own camp elsewhere, avoiding potential complications. Yet something about that steady, distant light drew him forward. Not the harsh brightness of a lawman's lantern, nor the wild dance of flames from a bandit camp. This light seemed to beckon with gentle persistence, like a lighthouse guiding ships through treacherous waters. Well, might as well see who's out here in the middle of nowhere, Arthur decided, nudging Whiskey forward. "Stay alert, girl." As they crested the rise, the source of the light revealed itself. A campfire burning beneath a solitary juniper tree. The tree itself was a marvel, gnarled and ancient, somehow finding life in this harsh landscape where little else grew. Its twisted branches spread above the fire like protective arms, creating a natural shelter. The flames cast dancing shadows across the surrounding dunes, transforming the ordinary sand into waves of gold and amber. Arthur approached cautiously, scanning for signs of whoever had built the fire. No horses were hitched nearby, No bedrolls spread on the ground, no saddlebags or provisions stacked against the tree trunk. Just the fire itself, burning with a steady constancy that seemed peculiar. Not a newly built blaze, nor one about to die out, but a fire in perfect equilibrium, as if it had been burning exactly like this for hours, perhaps days. "Hello," Arthur called out, his voice carrying across the silent dunes. "Anyone here?" Only the soft crackle of burning wood answered him. He dismounted, patting Whiskey's neck reassuringly before approaching the fire. The warmth reached out to him before he'd taken 3 steps, unusually inviting after the growing chill of the desert night. Arthur circled the campsite once, searching for tracks, finding none save his own and Whiskey's. The sand around the juniper was smooth, as if swept clean by some careful hand. "Strange business," he muttered, crouching to examine the fire more closely. It burned without smoke, the flames a rich mixture of orange and blue that danced with hypnotic rhythm. The wood, if it was wood, showed no signs of being consumed, and most curious of all, there was a sense of presence. Not threatening, not even particularly attentive, but a feeling of not being entirely alone, despite all evidence to the contrary. Arthur should have felt uneasy. His life had taught him to question everything, to suspect traps where others might see coincidence. Yet as he settled beside this impossible fire, he felt only a profound sense of peace stealing over him, as if the warmth seeping into his tired muscles carried something more substantial than mere heat. He unsaddled Whiskey, setting his gear beneath the juniper's branches before retrieving a small tin cup and coffee from his saddlebag. The routine of making camp was so ingrained he could have done it blindfolded, arranging his bedroll, setting water to boil, checking his weapons before setting them within easy reach. Yet tonight these familiar actions felt different, almost ceremonial in the presence of the strange constant fire. "Don't suppose you'd explain yourself?" Arthur addressed the flames as he settled back against his saddle, cup of steaming coffee warming his hands. "Been riding a long time, seen some peculiar things, but a fire burning with nobody tending it, that's a new one." The flames seemed to dance higher for a moment, as if acknowledging his words before settling back into their steady rhythm. Arthur chuckled at his own fancy. Exhaustion was making him imagine things, personifying a simple campfire because he'd been too long without proper human conversation. Yet the feeling persisted. He was not addressing empty air, but something that listened without judgment. As the night deepened around him, stars scattered across the vast desert sky like spilled diamond dust. Arthur found himself speaking aloud, not with any particular purpose, but because the silence and the fire created a space where words could exist without consequence. "Lost some good men back in Blackwater," he said quietly, staring into the flames. "Davy took a bad hit. Jenny too. Mac, well, nobody's seen Mac, probably didn't make it either." The names hung in the air, carried upward with the heat from the fire. Arthur hadn't allowed himself to properly think about them since it happened, too busy helping Dutch keep everyone moving, staying one step ahead of the Pinkertons and bounty hunters surely on their trail. There had been no time for mourning, no space for reflection on what had been lost. "We've been running so long, sometimes I forget what we're running toward," he continued, surprising himself with the admission. "Dutch always has a plan, always talks about the future we're building, freedom and opportunity, away from civilization's rules. Used to believe in it with my whole heart." Arthur paused, taking a slow sip of coffee that had grown cool. The fire crackled softly, neither diminishing nor growing, patient as the desert itself. "Now I wonder if we're just delaying the inevitable. World's changing faster than we can keep up. Maybe men like us are already ghosts, just haven't realized it yet. The melancholy that had been his silent companion for weeks found voice beside this strange fire, under stars that had witnessed the rise and fall of countless lives before his. Yet voicing these doubts brought no additional weight. Instead, Arthur felt something lightening within him, as if speaking aloud had begun loosening knots tied too tight for too long. He leaned back against his saddle, tipping his hat forward to shield his eyes from the fire's gentle light. Sleep came more easily than it had in months, deep and dreamless beneath the juniper's protective branches, and the steady presence of the flame that neither grew nor faded throughout the long desert night. Morning arrived with the soft persistence of light creeping across the dunes, transforming them from shadowed waves to glittering fields of gold. Arthur woke slowly, momentarily disoriented by how rested he felt. No lingering heaviness in his limbs, no foggy remnants of uneasy dreams, just clean, complete wakefulness that he hadn't experienced in longer than he could remember. The fire still burned exactly as it had the night before, steady, unwavering, neither consuming fuel nor producing ash. In daylight, its presence seemed even more impossible, its flames almost transparent against the morning brightness, yet undeniably present. Arthur approached it cautiously, reaching his hand toward the heat that remained constant, despite all logic. "You're a strange thing," he murmured, "but I thank you for the company." He gathered his few possessions efficiently, saddling Whiskey, who seemed equally refreshed despite the lack of proper grazing. As Arthur prepared to depart, mounting his horse and adjusting his hat against the already strengthening sun, he noticed something he'd missed in the darkness of his arrival. A small collection of objects arranged on a flat stone at the base of the juniper tree. Curious, he dismounted to examine them. A tarnished harmonica, a child's wooden toy soldier, paint faded by years of handling. A woman's silver hair comb with 3 tiny turquoise stones. A leather-bound journal, so weathered the cover had lost all identifying marks. Small items of seemingly little value, yet arranged with evident care, like offerings at a shrine. Arthur considered them thoughtfully, understanding blooming gradually. He wasn't the first to find this place, this impossible fire. Others had come before, perhaps experiencing the same inexplicable comfort he had found. And they had left these tokens, not as payment, but as acknowledgement, recognition of something received that could not be earned or purchased. After a moment's consideration, Arthur reached into his satchel and withdrew a small carved wooden horse, a trinket he'd absently made during long evening watches and carried without particular purpose. He placed it carefully alongside the other items, his rough fingers arranging it just so against the weathered stone. "Don't rightly understand what you are," he said to the fire, "but I recognize a kindness when I see one." The flames danced briefly higher, and Arthur could have sworn he felt something brush against his consciousness. Not words exactly, but a sense of acknowledgement, of completion. A circle closed, a exchange finished, with a last look at the campfire that defied all natural laws, yet felt like the most natural thing in this strange, beautiful wilderness. Arthur mounted Whiskey and turned toward the eastern horizon, where his path continued. He had ridden perhaps a mile when movement caught his eye, a wild burrow picking its way delicately across the dunes, heading in the direction of the juniper tree and its impossible fire. The animal paused, regarding Arthur with eyes that seemed too knowing for a simple beast of burden, before continuing on its purposeful path. "Another visitor heading your way," Arthur murmured, though the fire was long out of sight behind him. Something tells me you won't lack for company. He nudged Whiskey forward, the sense of peace from the night before still accompanying him like a welcome shadow. The uncertainty of what awaited him with Dutch and the others remained, the complications of their situation unchanged. Yet Arthur himself felt different, as if something essential had been restored during his night beside that constant flame. Not hope, exactly, but perhaps its quieter cousin, endurance, the capacity to continue when hope itself seemed a luxury too expensive to afford. The sun climbed higher, the day's heat building as Arthur Morgan rode eastward across the painted dunes, carrying with him the memory of a campfire that never died and the strange comfort it had offered without explanation or demand. 5 years passed, like autumn leaves caught in a river current, sometimes swirling in eddies that made time seem to stand still, other moments rushing forward with such speed that whole seasons blurred together in memory. For Sadie Adler, these years had transformed her from a grieving widow into something harder, sharper, more defined by her own choices than by what had been taken from her. The bounty hunting life suited her, the solitude of the trail, the clarity of purpose, the simple justice of tracking those who had done wrong and bringing them to account. Her reputation had grown steadily, her name spoken with respect, even in places where women were typically regarded as decorative rather than dangerous. Sadie Adler got her quarry, that was the simple truth of it, but reputation came with a price. The work never ended, one job leading to another with barely time to breathe between, and each capture, each delivery of some desperate man to the gallows or prison cell that awaited him, left a residue she couldn't quite wash from her hands. Not guilt exactly, they deserved what the law prescribed, but a wariness that accumulated like trail dust, working its way into every crease and fold of her spirit. It was this weariness that had prompted her current journey, not tracking anyone, not carrying warrants or studying wanted posters, just riding for the sake of distance, putting space between herself and the last 5 corpses she'd created when a simple capture had gone badly wrong. Self-defense, certainly, necessary killing, but killing nonetheless, and the faces of the dead had taken to visiting her dreams with increasing regularity. The painted dunes hadn't been her intended destination. In truth, she'd had no destination in mind when she'd pointed her buckskin mare southward from Tumbleweed, seeking only open country and absence of demands. Yet something had drawn her inevitably toward this strange landscape, perhaps memory of Arthur, speaking about it in one of their rare, quiet moments at camp. Before everything fell apart, he'd mentioned unusual beauty, a quality of light found nowhere else. Now, as evening approached and the setting sun transformed the dunes into waves of fire and shadow, Sadie understood what he'd meant. The vastness of it caught in her throat, beauty so complete it bordered on pain, demanding recognition without offering comfort. She had seen many landscapes in her years of travel, but this one felt different, older, more complete unto itself, existing without reference to human presence or purpose. Her mare, Belle, picked her way carefully along a narrow trail winding between towering stone arches. Sadie rode loosely, trusting the horse's sure-footedness, while her own attention wandered across the spectacular vistas opening before them with each turn of the path. As darkness began claiming the desert, she found herself searching for a suitable campsite, automatically calculating angles of protection and lines of sight, as years of survival had taught her. A distant glow caught her attention, firelight reflecting against a stone formation ahead. Sadie's hand moved instinctively to her rifle, resting across her saddle. old habits. Distant light meant people, and people in isolated places often meant trouble. She slowed Belle's pace, approaching with calculated caution. "Easy, girl," she murmured as they crested a rise that should have given clear view of the fire and whoever tended it. What Sadie saw instead made her draw Belle to a complete halt. Confusion replacing wariness. A campfire burned beneath a solitary juniper tree, flames dancing with a steadiness unlike any natural fire. No horses were visible, no bedrolls or equipment, no movement suggesting human presence. Just the fire itself, burning with impossible constancy in perfect isolation. "Hello?" Sadie called, her voice carrying across the silent dunes. "Anyone here?" No response came except the soft crackling of the flames. She dismounted, rifle ready but not raised, and approached the fire with professional caution. Years of hunting dangerous men had honed her awareness to razor sharpness. She knew when she was being watched, could sense presence even when hidden from view. Yet here, circling the strange campsite with senses fully alert, she detected no threat, no human presence at all. Despite the perfectly maintained fire, what she did feel, increasingly with each step closer to the flames, was a peculiar sense of recognition. Not that she had been here before, but that this place somehow knew her, expected her even. The sensation was so strange, so contrary to her hard-earned pragmatism, that Sadie very nearly remounted and rode away. What stopped her was exhaustion, bone-deep, soul-heavy weariness that had been her constant companion for weeks. The fire offered warmth against the rapidly cooling desert night. More than that, it offered a strange sense of security that logic couldn't explain, but instinct recognized. Whatever this place was, it meant no harm. "Fine," she said aloud, addressing the fire directly. "I'll stay, but don't expect me to let my guard down, whatever you are." The flames seemed to dance higher for a moment, as if acknowledging her words, before settling back into their steady rhythm. Sadie shook her head at her own fancy. Talking to a campfire, clearly she needed rest more desperately than she'd realized. She unsaddled Belle, establishing her small camp with practiced efficiency. Years on the trail had streamlined her needs: bedroll, coffee pot, minimal provisions. Everything essential, nothing extraneous. Like her own life, stripped down to functional necessity, with little room for comfort or sentiment. As she settled against her saddle, cup of coffee warming her hands, Sadie found herself studying the fire more carefully. It burned without smoke, the flames a mesmerizing mixture of colors that seemed to shift just at the edge of perception. The wood, if it was wood, showed no signs of being consumed. Most peculiar of all was the sense of presence. Not threatening, not even particularly attentive, but a feeling of not being entirely alone, despite all evidence to the contrary. "Strange business," she murmured, unconsciously echoing words spoken in this same spot years earlier. The night deepened around her, stars emerging in such profusion they seemed to crowd each other for space in the vast desert sky. Sadie found herself more relaxed than she had been in months, perhaps years, the constant vigilance that had become second nature gradually easing in the presence of this impossible fire. "Been a long road," she said suddenly, surprising herself by speaking aloud. "Not sure where it's leading anymore." The flames danced steadily, offering neither judgment nor response, yet somehow creating a space where words could exist without consequence. Sadie hadn't spoken of her inner thoughts to another living soul since Arthur's death, had scarcely acknowledged them to herself, yet here, Beside this strange fire under the juniper's twisted branches, the words emerged unbidden. Started hunting bounties because it made sense after everything fell apart. Something I was good at, something that needed doing. Justice, of a sort. She took a sip of coffee, staring into the flames. Now I'm not sure what it is. Habit. Distraction. Way to keep moving so I don't have to stop and think about what's missing. The fire crackled softly, constant and attentive. Sadie continued, words finding their way into the open air like water finally breaking through a cracked dam. 5 men dead last week. Didn't plan it that way, just wanted to bring in Jefferson Davis Carter for the reward, but his gang decided they'd rather fight than let him hang. She set her empty cup aside. Can still see their faces when I close my eyes. Not that they didn't deserve it, but... She paused, struggling to articulate something she'd never put into words before. It's the ease of it that haunts me. How simple it's become. Draw, aim, fire, move to the next target, like they're not men at all, just obstacles to remove. That's what frightens me. Not them, but what I've become so efficient at doing. The admission hung in the air, carried upward with the heat from the fire. Sadie had never spoken such thoughts aloud, had barely allowed herself to acknowledge them internally, yet voicing them brought no shame or regret. Instead, it felt like setting down a burden carried too long, too far. John's got his family. Charles found his place up north. Everyone who survived found somewhere to belong. Her voice grew softer. Sometimes I wonder if I missed my turn somewhere along the way, if there was a path to something different that I rode right past because I was looking backward instead of forward. The melancholy that had become her silent companion found voice beside the strange fire, under stars that had witnessed countless lives before hers. Yet expressing these doubts brought no additional weight. Instead, Sadie felt something lightening within her, as if speaking aloud had begun loosening knots tied too tight for too long. She leaned back against her saddle, hat pulled low over her eyes. Sleep came with unexpected ease, deep and dreamless beneath the juniper's protective branches, and the steady presence of the flame that neither grew nor faded throughout the long desert night. Morning arrived with gentle persistence, light creeping across the dunes and transforming them from shadowed waves to glittering fields of gold. Sadie woke slowly, momentarily confused by how rested she felt. No lingering tension in her shoulders, no remnants of the dark dreams that typically troubled her sleep. Just clean, complete wakefulness, unlike anything she had experienced in years. The fire still burned, exactly as it had the night before, steady, unwavering, neither consuming fuel nor producing ash. In daylight, its presence seemed even more impossible, its flames almost transparent against the morning brightness, yet undeniably present. As Sadie rose and began gathering her few possessions, she noticed something she'd missed in the darkness of her arrival. A small collection of objects arranged on a flat stone at the base of the juniper tree. Curious, she knelt to examine them. A tarnished harmonica, a child's wooden toy soldier, a woman's silver hair comb with turquoise stones, a leather-bound journal weathered beyond reading, and her breath caught momentarily a small carved wooden horse that she recognized immediately. Arthur's work had a distinctive style, tiny details observed and rendered with surprising delicacy for such large, rough hands. Understanding bloomed gradually. This place, this impossible fire, had meaning beyond natural explanation. Others had come before, including Arthur himself, it seemed, and each had left something behind. Not payment, but acknowledgement, recognition of something received that could not be earned or purchased. After a moment's consideration, Sadie removed the silver wedding ring she still wore on a leather cord around her neck, her last physical connection to the life she'd shared with Jake before the O'Driscolls destroyed everything. She'd carried it as a reminder, a tether to the woman she had been. Now, with careful deliberation, she placed it alongside the other items, her fingers arranging it just so against the weathered stone. "Don't know exactly what you are," she said to the fire, "but I recognize healing when I find it." The flames danced briefly higher, and Sadie could have sworn she felt something brush against her consciousness, not words exactly, but a sense of acknowledgement, of completion. A circle closed, an exchange finished. With a last look at the campfire that defied all natural laws, yet felt like the most natural thing in this strange, beautiful wilderness, Sadie mounted Belle and turned toward the northern horizon. She had ridden perhaps half a mile when movement caught her eye, a wild burro picking its way delicately across the dunes, heading in the direction of the juniper tree and its impossible fire. The animal paused, regarding Sadie with eyes that seemed to hold unusual wisdom, before continuing on its purposeful path. "Seems I'm not the only one visiting today," she murmured, though the fire was already out of sight behind her. She nudged Belle forward, the sense of peace from the night before still accompanying her like a welcome companion. The complications of her life remained, choices to be made about continuing her current path or finding a new one. Yet Sadie herself felt different, as if something essential had been restored during her night beside that constant flame. Not answers exactly, but perhaps something more valuable, questions worth asking, and the clarity to consider them honestly. The sun climbed higher, the day's heat building as Sadie Adler rode northward across the painted dunes, carrying with her the memory of a campfire that never died, and the strange comfort it had offered without explanation or demand. The nomadic storyteller known simply as Rain had first found the eternal campfire as a child, half dead from thirst after becoming separated from her traveling family during a sudden sandstorm. She remembered little of that desperate journey, just fragmented images of stumbling across endless dunes, lips cracked and bleeding, vision blurring as dehydration claimed her strength hour by hour. Later, she would tell others she had been guided by a wild burro that appeared from nowhere, leading her to water and shelter before disappearing as mysteriously as it had come. What she remembered with perfect clarity was the moment she crested a dune and saw it. A campfire burning beneath a solitary juniper tree, flames steady and welcoming against the gathering darkness. How she had crawled the final distance, collapsed beside that impossible fire, and drunk from a canteen she found waiting, as if placed there specifically for her arrival. How she had slept deeply, visited by dreams more vivid and nourishing than any she had known before or since, and awakened to find her family frantically searching the area, having tracked her meandering footprints across the desert. They hadn't seen the fire at first, this family of traders and folk healers who traveled the territories selling remedies and stories in equal measure. Only when Rain had insisted, tugging at her grandmother's hand with desperate urgency, did the old woman finally perceive what her granddaughter was showing her. A campfire that burned without fuel or tending, offering warmth that reached beyond physical sensation to touch something deeper. A spirit anchor, her grandmother had named it, voice hushed with reverence. A place where the membrane between worlds grows thin, where what we need finds easier passage to reach us. In the 20 years since that day, Rain had returned to the eternal campfire whenever her travels brought her within reach of the painted dunes, sometimes seeking specific comfort during periods of loss or confusion, sometimes bringing others who needed what the fire offered. Not solutions exactly, but the space to find their own answers within its constant, attentive presence. Now, as evening approached once more, she guided her small wagon along familiar pathways, sensing the fire's location rather than seeing it directly. Some visitors could only find the eternal flame when in desperate need. Others never perceived it at all, despite standing where it burned. But Rain had developed a relationship with this impossible place over decades of visitation, learning its rhythms and moods, the subtle ways it communicated through presence rather than words. She was not surprised to see the wild burro waiting at the base of a towering stone arch that marked the final approach. The animal appeared with increasing regularity in recent years, seeming to take particular interest in who visited the flame and under what circumstances. It regarded Rain with eyes too knowing for an ordinary beast, then turned to study her companion with evident assessment. "Don't mind him," Rain told the young woman who sat beside her on the wagon seat, hands nervously twisted in her lap. "He's a guardian of sorts, decides who's worthy of finding what they seek. Charles Eaglefly." Named for her father, but preferring to be called Charlie, cast a skeptical glance toward the wild burro, then back to the older woman who had found her 3 days earlier, collapsed with grief beside her father's fresh grave. "You still haven't told me where we're going," she said, voice rough from days of weeping. "Or why?" Rain smiled, the expression transforming her weathered face with gentle humor. "Some things can't be explained in advance. They must be experienced directly." She gestured toward the path that wound between towering rock formations. "We're almost there. Another mile, perhaps less." The burro watched them pass, making no move to follow as Rain guided her mule forward. Shadows lengthened across the desert as the sun began its final descent, transforming the landscape into a realm of deepening blue, punctuated by the fiery orange of stone catching the day's last light. "My father spoke of this place," Charlie said suddenly, breaking a silence that had stretched for miles. "When I was very young, said he found healing here after my mother died, giving birth to me." Her voice caught slightly. "I thought it was just a story." Rain nodded, unsurprised. Charles Eaglefly Sr. had been one of those she'd guided to the eternal flame years ago, a young widower wild with grief, carrying an infant daughter and a burden of misplaced guilt that threatened to crush them both. He had spent 3 nights beside the fire, speaking words long trapped inside, gradually finding his way toward acceptance of what could not be changed, and responsibility for what remained within his power. "Your father understood the value of stories," Rain replied. "How they carry truth even when wrapped in images that seem impossible to literal minds." As they crested the final rise, the juniper tree came into view, its twisted branches silhouetted against the darkening sky. Beneath it burned the eternal flame, steady and welcoming as it had been since Rain first stumbled upon it as a lost child. The sight still caught her breath, even after all these years. Beauty so pure it bordered on pain, mystery so complete it demanded reverence rather than explanation. Charlie's sharp intake of breath suggested she saw it too. Not everyone could, even when brought directly to this spot. The fire chose its visitors as carefully as they chose to approach it. "That's impossible," the young woman whispered, eyes fixed on the flames that danced with hypnotic constancy. "How?" "Some questions have no answers," Rain said gently, bringing the wagon to a halt at a respectful distance. "Or perhaps the answers change depending on who's asking and what they need to hear." They made camp with quiet efficiency, Rain directing Charlie's movements when the younger woman seemed too distracted by the impossible fire to focus on practical necessities. The mule was unhitched and hobbled where it could browse on the sparse desert vegetation. Bedrolls were arranged, a simple meal prepared from Rain's provisions. Throughout these mundane activities, both women remained acutely aware of the fire burning nearby, not intruding on their consciousness, but maintaining a patient, attentive presence that created space for both silence and eventual words. Only when they had finished eating, the desert fully claimed by night and stars emerging in breathtaking profusion overhead, did Rain finally speak of what had brought them to this place. "Grief is a journey without maps," she said quietly, her voice barely carrying above the soft crackling of the eternal flame. "Each person walks it differently, finding their own path through territories that seem insurmountable when first encountered." Charlie stared into the fire, its light reflecting in her dark eyes where moisture gathered but did not fall. "I don't know how to do this," she admitted, voice breaking on the words. "How to be in a world where he isn't. He was everything, mother and father both to me. My teacher, my protector. I feel..." She struggled to articulate the enormity of her loss. "Unmade, like a book with half its pages torn away." Rain nodded, allowing silence to create space around Charlie's words. The fire seemed to draw closer, though it hadn't moved, its warmth reaching toward the young woman with almost sentient intention. "I brought you here because this place has power," Rain said finally. "Not to erase your grief or provide easy answers, but to help you find what you need for the journey ahead. The fire listens, it witnesses. Sometimes that's enough to help us hear ourselves more clearly." Charlie looked up, confusion and desperate hope mingling in her expression. "What am I supposed to do?" "Be present, speak what needs speaking, or remain silent if that serves better." Rain rose slowly, gathering her blanket around her shoulders against the desert night's growing chill. "I'll leave you with the fire a while. Some conversations are best held privately." Before Charlie could protest, Rain walked away into the darkness beyond the fire's illumination, finding her own sheltered place among the stones, where she could maintain respectful vigil without intruding on whatever might transpire between the young woman and the eternal flame. Left alone beside the impossible fire, Charlie sat rigid with uncertainty. The flames danced with hypnotic rhythm, neither growing nor diminishing, despite the complete absence of visible fuel. Something about their constant, attentive presence gradually eased the tension from her shoulders. "I don't know how to say goodbye to you," she finally whispered, addressing not the fire, but the absence that had accompanied her every moment since watching her father's coffin lowered into red desert earth. "I don't know how to be without you." The flames seemed to listen with particular intensity, creating a space where her words could exist without judgment or expectation. Charlie continued, hesitantly at first, then with increasing fluency as something within her unraveled in the presence of this patient, attentive witness. "You taught me everything. How to track game, how to read weather in cloud patterns, how to negotiate fair trades with merchants who'd happily cheat a young Indian woman if given half a chance." A smile touched her lips briefly, the first since her father's passing. "How to throw a punch, too, though you always said fighting should be last resort of those lacking better options." Memories flowed more freely now, stories of a life shared between father and daughter across 23 years of close companionship. Hunting trips and trading journeys, Winter evenings spent repairing equipment while her father recounted tribal histories preserved through oral tradition, the pride in his eyes when she mastered a difficult skill, his gentle corrections when she faltered or grew frustrated. "You never spoke of regret," Charlie said after a long pause, her voice softer now. "Never suggested you might have had a different life if my mother had lived, if I hadn't." She stopped abruptly, unable to complete the thought that had haunted her since childhood, that her very existence had cost her father the woman he loved. The flames danced higher for a moment, as if in gentle contradiction of this unspoken fear. "I found his journal after the funeral," she continued, reaching into her jacket to withdraw a small, leather-bound book. "Hidden beneath the floorboards of our cabin. Never knew he kept one. He always seemed to live entirely in the present moment, taking each day as it came without dwelling on past or future." Charlie opened the journal with careful reverence, turning pages filled with her father's distinctive handwriting, strong, deliberate strokes forming words in both English and their native language. She had read it countless times in the days since his death, each reading revealing new dimensions of the man she thought she had known completely. "He writes about my mother here," she said, finding a particular page marked with a faded ribbon. "About their meeting, their brief time together, about her death and his devastation. But then, he writes this." Her voice strengthened as she read aloud, words that had begun healing something long broken within her. "Today, my daughter laughed for the first time, a bubbling sound like water over stones that washed through me like medicine. I had forgotten joy was possible until that moment. Maria lives in her eyeless, not as ghost or burden, but as gift returning to me through our child's eyes. What seemed like ending reveals itself as continuation, different from what I imagined, but no less valuable. Perhaps this is what the elders mean when they speak of circles rather than ending." Charlie closed the journal, holding it against her heart as tears finally fell freely. "I never knew," she whispered. "Never understood I wasn't just a reminder of his loss, but his pathway back to life." The fire burned steadily, offering neither judgment nor response, yet somehow creating a space where this revelation could unfold at its own pace. Charlie continued speaking through the night, sometimes reading further passages from her father's journal, sometimes sharing her own memories and questions. Gradually, the raw edge of her grief began transforming, not diminishing exactly, but changing shape, incorporating gratitude alongside sorrow, appreciation alongside loss. Dawn approached with subtle persistence, stars fading as the eastern sky lightened to pale lavender. Charlie had fallen silent some time earlier, drifting into the first truly restful sleep she'd experienced since her father's illness began months earlier. The eternal flame burned with unwavering constancy, neither stronger in darkness nor weaker as daylight gradually reclaimed the desert. Rain returned as first light touched the juniper's highest branches, moving quietly so as not to disturb the young woman's rest. She recognized the transformation that had occurred, not completion of grief's journey, but perhaps its most difficult first steps navigated successfully. Charlie's face in sleep showed traces of peace alongside sorrow, the beginnings of acceptance taking root alongside loss. As the sun cleared the horizon, sending long shadows across the dunes, Charlie stirred and woke. For a moment, confusion showed in her eyes, quickly replaced by recognition, not just of her physical surroundings, but of something deeper that had shifted within her during the night's strange communion with the eternal flame. "It knows us," she said softly, regarding the fire with new understanding. not just listens, but knows. Rain nodded, settling beside her with 2 cups of freshly brewed coffee. In ways we don't have words to properly describe, it offers what's needed, sometimes just witnessed space, sometimes something more. Charlie accepted the coffee gratefully, warming her hands around the cup as she continued studying the flames that danced with unchanged rhythm despite the growing daylight. "My father found peace here," she said after a thoughtful pause, nothing not to answer this accepted from pain, but space to feel it completely without being destroyed by it. "As did you," Rain observed gently. The young woman nodded, a single tear tracing its path down her cheek, not the overwhelming flood of previous days, but a quieter acknowledgement of both loss and continuation. "I think I can carry him now, not just his absence, but all he gave me, all he was. Carry it forward rather than just looking backward." As they prepared to depart later that morning, Charlie noticed the collection of small objects arranged on a flat stone at the base of the juniper tree. She examined them with quiet curiosity, each item carrying its own story, its own meaning, known only to those who had left them behind. After a moment's consideration, she reached for her father's journal, the record of his journey that had helped begin her own. She hesitated briefly, then with deliberate care placed it alongside the other offerings, not abandoning his memory, but acknowledging transformation of what had been private grief into something that could now be carried differently. "Is that right?" she asked Rain, suddenly uncertain, leaving something so personal. The older woman smiled gently. "The fire accepts what we need to give, just as it gives what we need to receive. There is no right or wrong in such exchanges, only completion." As they departed, guiding the small wagon back toward more traveled paths, both women glanced back for a final view of the juniper tree and its impossible fire. The wild burro stood beside it now, regarding their departure with that same knowing gaze that seemed to evaluate more than mere physical appearance. "Will I find this place again?" Charlie asked as the eternal flame disappeared from view behind a towering rock formation. "When needed," Rain replied with quiet certainty. "Not always when wanted or sought, but when truly needed, yes." The sun climbed higher, the day's heat building as they traveled northward across the painted dunes. But behind them, the campfire that never died continued its patient burning, waiting for the next weary traveler who might stumble upon its light, offering not escape from life's harshest journeys, but the strength and clarity to walk them with greater understanding. And so it remains to this day, a constant flame in changing landscapes, anchoring something essential amid life's inevitable transformations. Those who have found it speak of it only to those they sense might need its particular comfort, maintaining protective silence that preserves its mystery from merely curious seekers. Some say it first appeared when the land itself was young, kindled by forces that shape stone and sky into their present forms. Others believe it emerged from collective need, human longing for permanence in impermanent existence, manifesting as visible reminder that some things endure despite all evidence suggesting otherwise. The truth, perhaps, lies beyond such explanations, in territories where mystery itself becomes necessary for explanation, nourishment for souls grown weary of a world that insists everything must be categorized, explained, and stripped of wonder. For those who find it when most needed, the eternal campfire offers something increasingly rare and precious, witnessed space where transformation can occur at its own pace, without pressure or performance. Night after night it burns without consuming, gives without diminishing, listens without judging. The wild burrow continues its silent assessments, sometimes leading lost travelers toward welcoming light, sometimes watching from distance as they find their own way to what awaits them beneath the ancient juniper's protective branches. And those who have been touched by its constancy carry something forward, not answers exactly, but perhaps their more valuable counterparts, better questions, deeper presence, renewed capacity for continuing their journey with whatever remains after necessary losses have been fully acknowledged. A campfire that never dies, offering temporary home to those who wander, not just across physical landscapes, but through territories of heart and spirit where maps prove useless and familiar landmarks disappear, where light and warmth remain possible even in darkest night, and something essential endures despite all evidence suggesting otherwise. The last embers of daylight faded from the western sky as Thomas McKenna tethered his horse to a weathered hitching post outside Hollow Ridge's only saloon. At 42, Thomas had spent most of his life drifting from one frontier settlement to another, carrying little more than his saddlebags, a well-worn journal, and the memories of places he'd never stayed long enough to call home. His once dark hair now carried threads of silver at the temples, and the lines etched around his eyes spoke of long days beneath harsh sun and countless nights beneath star-filled skies. The journey to this remote outpost had been longer than expected, delayed by an unseasonable rainstorm that transformed dirt trails into treacherous mud for the better part of 2 days. Hollow Ridge wasn't much to look at, a scatter of wooden buildings clinging to existence at the edge of a vast desert basin. In the fading light, Thomas could make out the silhouette of the ridge itself, a great curved wall of stone rising from the earth like the spine of some ancient, slumbering creature. The settlement had sprung up in its shadow, nestled against its base, as if seeking protection from the endless open spaces that surrounded it on 3 sides. The saloon, grandly named the Silver Dollar, despite its humble appearance, offered the promise of warm food, cool drink, and perhaps most importantly, information about potential work in the area. Thomas had less than $15 to his name, and while he wasn't desperate yet, experience had taught him the value of securing employment before necessity forced his hand. He brushed the dust from his coat, adjusted his hat, and pushed through the batwing doors into the saloon's amber glow. Inside, the establishment presented a scene familiar to anyone who had spent time in frontier settlements. A long wooden bar running along one wall, scattered tables occupied by locals and the occasional traveler, and the comforting smell of coffee, whiskey, and beef stew mingling in the warm air. A few heads turned to assess the newcomer, but most returned to their conversations and card games after a brief glance, the arrival of a stranger not particularly noteworthy in a place where most people were just passing through. Thomas made his way to the bar, where a broad-shouldered man with an impressive moustache polished glasses with methodical care. "Evening," Thomas offered with a polite nod. "Been riding since dawn. What's good for a hungry traveler?" The bartender, Henry, according to the introduction that followed, recommended the venison stew and cornbread, assuring Thomas it was the best meal available in Hollow Ridge. "Though that ain't saying much, I'll grant you." Thomas ordered the stew along with a glass of whiskey, then carried both to a small table near one of the windows, where he could observe the room while eating. The stew proved better than expected, rich with tender meat and vegetables that suggested someone in the kitchen took pride in their work despite limited ingredients. As he ate, Thomas listened to the conversations flowing around him, gathering impressions of Hollow Ridge and its residents through their casual exchanges. Most discussions centered on ordinary concerns, cattle prices, weather patterns, family matters, but occasionally he caught fragments that hinted at something less mundane. "Full moon tomorrow night. An older man at a nearby table remarked to his companion. "Reckon we'll hear him again." "Always do," the companion replied. A woman perhaps in her 60s with silver hair, pulled back in a simple bun. "Never missed a full moon in all the years I've been here." "Hear who?" Thomas found himself asking before he could consider whether interrupting strangers' conversations was wise in an unfamiliar town. The older pair turned toward him with expressions more curious than annoyed. The man, lean and weathered, with a face that suggested decades of outdoor work, studied Thomas briefly before responding. "The fiddler," he said, as if this explained everything. "Up on the ridge," the woman added, gesturing vaguely toward the window and the darkened formation beyond. "Every full moon, regular as clockwork. Been happening long as anyone can remember." Thomas waited for further explanation, but none seemed forthcoming. The couple returned to their previous conversation, leaving him to wonder whether they were speaking literally or sharing some local joke at the expense of a curious outsider. His curiosity piqued, he finished his meal and returned to the bar, where Henry was now engaged in conversation with a man Thomas guessed to be in his early 30s, dressed in the practical clothes of a rancher or farmer. "Excuse me," Thomas said during a pause in their exchange. "I couldn't help overhearing something about a fiddler on the ridge." "Mind satisfying a traveler's curiosity?" Henry and the younger man exchanged glances that Thomas couldn't quite interpret. After a moment, Henry shrugged. "No secret to it. Been going on longer than anyone alive can remember. Every full moon, someone plays the fiddle up on Hollow Ridge. Beautiful music, haunting, some say. Carries for miles on clear nights." "A local musician?" Thomas asked, thinking this must be some traditional performance, perhaps tied to the lunar cycle. The younger man shook his head. "Not exactly," he said, introducing himself as Daniel Weaver, whose family had farmed the valley for 3 generations. "Nobody living in Hollow Ridge claims to be the fiddler. According to my grandfather, it's been happening since before the town existed." Thomas raised an eyebrow, not yet grasping what they were suggesting. "So, who plays?" "That's the thing," Henry said, leaning forward slightly as his voice dropped. "Nobody knows for certain. Some say it's a ghost, a cowboy musician who died up there years ago. Others think it's something else entirely." He straightened up, suddenly self-conscious. "Not that I put much stock in ghost stories myself, you understand." Daniel smiled at the bartender's quick retreat into skepticism. "Henry doesn't like admitting he's climbed that ridge 3 times trying to find the source." "Never said I believed in ghosts," Henry protested. "Just said I never found who was playing is all." He paused, polishing a glass with more attention than it required. "Though I'll admit, there was something strange about how the sound moved. One minute it seemed to come from the east side of the ridge, the next from the west. No man could cover that distance so quickly, not while playing without missing a note." "What about the instrument itself?" Thomas asked, genuinely intrigued now despite his natural skepticism. "Have any of you heard this fiddle up close? Would you recognize it if you saw it?" Daniel and Henry exchanged glances before Daniel answered. "Old Jim Barrett claimed he did, about 15 years back. He was a prospector who camped higher on the ridge than most folks venture. Said he woke one night to find a fiddle leaning against a boulder near his campfire. Beautiful thing, according to him, with intricate carvings along the neck and a reddish gold finish that seemed to glow from within." "What happened to it?" Thomas prompted when Daniel paused. "That's the strange part," Daniel continued. "Jim said he reached for it, thinking someone must have left it behind. But as his hand got close, it just faded away, like morning mist under the sun. By the time his fingers should have touched it, there was nothing there at all. Daniel shrugged. Of course, Jim was known to enjoy his whiskey more than most, so people took the story with a grain of salt, but he wasn't a man given to tall tales otherwise. The conversation continued, with Daniel explaining that the music appeared as reliable as the moon itself, never failing to sound across the valley on clear nights when the moon hung full in the sky. According to local law, the mysterious fiddler had been playing for generations, though accounts varied as to who he might have been in life. The most common story held that he was a wandering musician who had found something on the ridge that kept him returning even after death, though what exactly that might be remained a matter of speculation. "You're in luck if you're interested," Daniel added. "Tomorrow night's the full moon. Find yourself a spot with a clear view of the ridge around midnight and you'll hear him plain as day." Thomas nodded, thanking them for the information while reserving judgment on its veracity. He had encountered many local legends during his travels, tales of headless riders, vanishing settlements, and mysterious lights dancing across remote prairies. Most proved to be natural phenomena, misinterpreted or deliberately embellished to intrigue visitors and enliven the monotony of frontier existence. Yet something, in the matter-of-fact way these men discussed the fiddler, suggested they genuinely believed what they were saying. "There rooms available here?" Thomas asked, changing the subject to more immediate concerns. Henry nodded. $2 a night includes breakfast. Nothing fancy, but the bed's clean and the roof doesn't leak. Thomas paid for 2 nights' lodging, reasoning that a brief rest would do both him and his horse good before continuing his journey. As Henry showed him to a simple but adequate room on the 2nd floor, Thomas found himself glancing through the window toward the darkened ridge, now just a deeper shadow against the night sky. Perhaps tomorrow would satisfy his curiosity about this local legend, either by revealing its mundane explanation or by adding another strange tale to his collection of frontier experiences. Morning arrived with the soft golden light characteristic of early autumn in the high desert. Thomas woke well rested, the simple bed proving more comfortable than the hard ground he'd grown accustomed to during his journey. After a breakfast of coffee, eggs, and biscuits in the saloon's main room, he decided to spend the day exploring Hollow Ridge and gathering information about potential work in the area. The settlement proved modest but reasonably prosperous. A general store, blacksmith, small church, and assorted dwellings spread along a main street that paralleled the base of the ridge. A creek, flowing from a spring near the ridge's center, provided reliable water, explaining how this community managed to survive in such arid surroundings. Thomas visited the general store first, where the proprietor, a talkative woman named Sarah Miller, provided both supplies and a wealth of information about the region. Cattle operations mostly, spreading out toward the basin, she explained when Thomas inquired about employment opportunities. Hargrove's ranch is the biggest, always looking for experienced hands, especially with winter coming on. Mining company had claims up in the hills last year, but most pulled out when the silver didn't prove as plentiful as they'd hoped. As they conversed, a young girl of perhaps 10 or 11 years entered the store, carrying a small basket over her arm. She moved with the quiet confidence of a child accustomed to running errands alone, nodding politely to Thomas before addressing the proprietor. "Ma needs sugar and coffee, Mrs. Miller," she said, placing a few coins on the counter, "and she says to ask if you've got any more of that lavender soap put by for her." "I surely do, Emma," Sarah replied warmly. "Your mother knows I always save a bar for her when the supply wagon comes through." She turned to gather the requested items, continuing her conversation with Thomas as she worked. Emma here is Sheriff Lawson's daughter. Her mother makes the finest quilts in 3 counties. The girl studied Thomas with undisguised curiosity. Are you staying for the music tonight, mister? She asked directly. I've heard something about a fiddler, Thomas acknowledged, though I'm not entirely clear on the details. Emma's face brightened. Oh, it's wonderful. Like nothing else you've ever heard. Sometimes it makes you want to dance, and sometimes it makes you feel like... She searched for words, her young face suddenly thoughtful. Like someone understands exactly how you're feeling, even when you can't explain it yourself. Sarah returned with the girl's purchases, adding a small piece of rock candy that was clearly not part of the original order. On the house, she said with a wink. Tell your mother I'll see her tonight. Emma nodded, accepting both goods and candy with obvious pleasure before turning back to Thomas. You should stay, she said with the earnest conviction of childhood. The fiddler doesn't play for just anyone. You have to be here on the full moon, or you'll miss it entirely. Thomas thanked her for the advice, watching as she left the store with the same quiet self-possession with which she had entered. There was something touching about the matter-of-fact way she had described the mysterious music. No attempt to convince him of supernatural elements. Simply an honest recommendation based on her own experience. The children grow up with it, Sarah explained, noticing Thomas's thoughtful expression. To them, it's as natural as sunrise or the changing seasons. Just another part of life in Hollow Ridge. Thomas thanked her for the information, purchasing a few necessities before continuing his exploration. At the blacksmith's shop, he struck up a conversation with the burly craftsman, Martin Fletcher, who confirmed Sarah's assessment of work prospects while repairing a loose shoe on Thomas's horse. Hargrove's a fair man, Fletcher offered, hammering with practiced precision. Pays on time, doesn't ask more than a man can reasonably give. His foreman, Jenkins, might be at the saloon tonight. Full moon brings folks to town who'd normally stay out at their homesteads. Because of the fiddler? Thomas asked, curious whether this legend truly influenced local behavior. Fletcher paused his work, glancing up with an expression that mingled amusement and something less definable. You've heard about him already? Yes, partly that. The music carries better in town, echoes off the buildings just right, but also tradition, I suppose. Full moons become something of a social occasion here. Folks gather, share news, sometimes dance if the music's lively enough. You speak as if this musician is real, Thomas observed carefully. Real as you and me, Fletcher replied without hesitation, returning to his work. Whether he's flesh and blood or something else, well, that's a different question. But the music itself, that's real enough. You'll hear for yourself tonight. Throughout the day, Thomas encountered similar matter-of-fact acceptance of the mysterious fiddler among Hollow Ridge's residents. Even the town schoolteacher, a young woman named Elizabeth Hayes, who had arrived from Boston just 6 months earlier, spoke of the phenomenon with the same certainty as those who had lived their entire lives in the shadow of the ridge. I was skeptical too when I first heard the stories, she admitted as they conversed outside the one-room schoolhouse. Thought it must be someone playing a prank on the newcomer. But I've heard it 5 times now, and each time... She hesitated, searching for words. Each time it affects me differently. The same melody somehow speaks to whatever I'm feeling that night. It's rather remarkable. As afternoon gradually yielded to evening, Thomas returned to the saloon, which had begun filling with locals and workers from outlying ranches. The atmosphere had shifted noticeably from the previous night. A sense of anticipation hung in the air. Conversations flowed more freely, and several musicians had set up in one corner with guitars and a harmonica, playing familiar tunes that kept time with the steady rhythm of boot heels on wooden floor. Thomas secured a seat at a table shared with Daniel Weaver and an elderly woman introduced as Martha Coleman, reportedly the oldest resident of Hollow Ridge at 84 years. Her eyes remained bright and alert despite her advanced age, tracking movement across the room with sharp attention that belied her frail appearance. "Daniel tells me you're curious about our fiddler," Martha said after preliminary pleasantries had been exchanged. Her voice carried the slight quaver of age, but remained strong enough to be heard clearly over the saloon's growing noise. "I find local traditions interesting," Thomas replied diplomatically, still uncertain how seriously to take these stories. Martha studied him briefly before nodding, apparently satisfied with what she saw. "I first heard him when I was just a girl. Couldn't have been more than 6 or 7 years old. My father had brought me to what passed for Hollow Ridge in those days. Just a handful of buildings and hopeful souls. I remember being afraid of the dark, of the strange surroundings." Her gaze drifted slightly, focusing on memories rather than the present. "Night, I heard the fiddle for the first time. Something about it calmed me completely. Slept through till morning, when normally I'd have been awake with every creek and coyote howl. You've heard it many times since, I imagine," Thomas prompted when she fell silent. "Every full moon I could manage for nearly 8 decades, Martha confirmed. Through my marriage to Robert Coleman, through the births of our children, through his passing 20 years ago, the music changes. Sometimes joyful, sometimes mournful, but always," she paused, considering, "always honest, if that makes any sense. As if the fiddle plays what needs to be heard, not just what's easy to listen to." Thomas found himself unexpectedly moved by the conviction in her voice. Whether the source of the music proved mundane or mysterious, it clearly held genuine meaning for this woman and the community gathered around them. "And no one has ever discovered who plays?" he asked. "Oh, many have tried," Martha replied with a small smile. "Young men particularly, wanting to prove their courage by confronting what might be a ghost. Some claim to have seen a figure on moonlit nights. A man in old-fashioned clothes, they say, with his hat tipped back and fiddle in hand. But no one ever seems to reach him. The closer they get, the more the music seems to come from somewhere else entirely." The evening progressed, with more residents sharing their experiences and theories about the mysterious musician. As midnight approached, a gradual exodus began from the saloon, people drifting outside in small groups, finding places along the main street with clear views of the ridge now silvered by the rising full moon. Thomas joined them, standing beside Daniel and Martha near the general store's covered porch. The night air carried a gentle chill, comfortably cool after the day's warmth. Stars crowded the sky in numbers rarely seen near larger settlements, their light diminished only slightly by the moon's brighter presence. The ridge itself seemed transformed by moonlight, its rugged contours softened into flowing lines, shadows pooling like liquid in its crevices, the entire formation glowing with pale, reflected radiance against the darker sky. A group of children had gathered near a wooden bench where Martha Coleman sat with another elderly woman. They listened with rapt attention as she recounted a story Thomas couldn't quite hear from his position, their faces illuminated by a nearby lantern that cast long shadows across the packed earth of the street. Nearby, a young couple stood close together, the woman's head resting against her companion's shoulder as they gazed upward toward the ridge. Further down the street, a cluster of ranch hands passed a bottle between them, their usual boisterous manner subdued by the collective atmosphere of anticipation. Thomas noticed subtle details he might have overlooked in more ordinary circumstances. the way moonlight silvered the weathered boards of the buildings, the particular clarity of sounds in the cool night air, the distinctive sense of wood smoke, dust and sage mingling, in a combination he had encountered in many frontier towns, yet somehow seemed uniquely present in this moment. There was a quality to the waiting that felt almost ceremonial, as if the gathered community participated in some ancient ritual disguised as simple entertainment. "Almost time," Daniel murmured, checking his pocket watch in the moonlight. Around them, conversations had hushed to whispers or fallen silent entirely, the gathering crowd united in expectant waiting. Even the children present, normally incapable of extended stillness, stood quietly beside parents and grandparents, their upturned faces solemn in the silvery light. Thomas was about to comment on the collective anticipation when he heard it, a single, clear note floating down from the ridge. The sound hung in the air for a long moment, pure and perfect in its solitude, before being joined by a second note, then a third, gradually forming the opening bars of a melody he had never heard before, yet somehow felt he recognized. The music defied simple description. Technically skilled, yet unbound by rigid formality, it flowed like water, finding its natural course down the ridge and across the basin. Sometimes it quickened into joyful runs that made Thomas's pulse accelerate in response. Other times it lingered on sustained notes of such poignant beauty that he felt an ache beneath his ribs. Throughout, it maintained a quality both intimate and vast, as if the fiddler played for each listener individually, while simultaneously addressing the stars themselves. Thomas strained his eyes toward the ridge, searching for any sign of the musician. Moonlight illuminated the formation clearly enough that a human figure should have been visible, yet he could detect no movement, no silhouette interrupting the smooth lines of stone and sparse vegetation. The music seemed to emanate from the ridge itself, not from any specific point, but from the entire formation, as if the ancient stone had found voice through violin strings. The melody shifted, taking on a quality Thomas could only describe as yearning. Notes reaching upward, like hands stretching toward something just beyond grasp. There was both sweetness and sorrow in the progression, a recognition of beauty alongside acknowledgement of its impermanence. Thomas found his thoughts drifting to places he'd left behind over the years. Faces of people whose names he sometimes struggled to recall, despite the clarity with which he could picture their smiles or frowns. The way sunlight had fallen across particular landscapes he had crossed, knowing he might never see them again. The music seemed to reach inside him, touching memories and emotions he typically kept carefully contained behind the pragmatic exterior required for survival in the territories. It was not an invasive presence, but rather an invitation, a gentle suggestion that acknowledging these deeper currents might offer its own form of strength. Thomas found himself accepting this invitation, despite his customary guardedness, allowing the music to guide his thoughts through terrain both familiar and surprisingly new. A secondary melody emerged, intertwining with the first in complex harmony that shouldn't have been possible from a single instrument. The technical skill required would challenge the most accomplished musicians Thomas had encountered in concert halls back east, yet here it flowed with effortless grace in this remote settlement. The dual melodies conversed with each other, one asking, one responding, both ultimately merging into unified expression that seemed to capture the very essence of human connection across impossible distances. Around him, the townsfolk had responded in various ways to the music. Some stood motionless, eyes closed in private appreciation. Others swayed gently to the rhythm. A few couples had begun dancing slowly in the dusty street, moving with unhurried grace to the melody flowing around them. Martha Coleman sat on a nearby bench, her weathered hands folded in her lap, tears glistening on her cheeks. Though her expression conveyed joy rather than sorrow, the performance continued for what Thomas estimated to be nearly an hour, though time seemed to lose conventional meaning in the presence of the music. The melody never repeated exactly, instead evolving through variations that somehow maintained thematic cohesion while exploring different emotional territories. When it finally concluded, the final notes fading into the night air with delicate precision, the silence that followed felt not empty, but full, resonant with echoes of what had just transpired. No one spoke immediately. The assembled townspeople remained in place, as if by mutual understanding that the moment deserved respect before being broken by conversation. Finally, Martha's voice emerged, soft yet clear in the quiet. "Every time," she said simply, "every single time, it's exactly what I needed to hear." Others murmured agreement, the spell gradually dissolving as people began moving again, exchanging quiet observations or simply nodding to one another in shared understanding before drifting toward their homes. Thomas remained where he stood, his attention still drawn to the moonlit ridge. "What did you think?" Daniel asked, approaching after seeing Martha safely to her door across the street. Thomas considered his response carefully. "I've never heard anything like it," he admitted. "The acoustics of the ridge must be remarkable to carry sound so clearly." Daniel smiled slightly, recognizing the newcomer's attempt to rationalize what he had experienced. "That's what I thought my first time too." Natural explanation had to be. But then, he gestured toward the ridge. "Well, you heard it yourself. That wasn't just skill, though the skill itself would be remarkable enough. There's something more in that music." Thomas couldn't disagree. Whatever its source, the performance had affected him deeply, stirring emotions and memories he normally kept carefully contained. "Do people ever climb the ridge during the full moon? While the music is playing, I mean." "Some have tried," Daniel confirmed. "They say the music always seems to come from somewhere else once you're up there, just beyond the next outcropping, around the corner, over the rise, like trying to catch the horizon." He studied Thomas with sudden understanding. "You're thinking of trying yourself?" It wasn't a question, but Tomas nodded anyway. "Tomorrow, before I move on. I'd like to see the ridge in daylight, at least, even if the musician only appears at night." "I could show you the main trail up," Daniel offered. "It's not difficult climbing for someone used to outdoor work, which I'm guessing you are." Thomas accepted the offer with thanks, and they arranged to meet after breakfast the following morning. As the town settled into post-midnight quiet, he finally returned to his room at the saloon, but sleep proved elusive despite his comfortable bed. The music continued to play in his memory, not as mere recollection, but with a vivid presence that made him wonder if it somehow continued beyond human hearing, like colors outside the visible spectrum. When he finally drifted into slumber, his dreams were filled with moonlit landscapes and melodies that seemed to speak directly to his innermost thoughts. The loneliness of his wandering existence, the beauty he had witnessed in remote places, the connections to others that remained brief by necessity of his chosen path. He woke feeling more deeply rested than he had in months, despite the limited hours of actual sleep. Morning brought clear skies that promised another mild autumn day. After breakfast, Thomas met Daniel as arranged, and they set off toward the base of Hollow Ridge, where a well-worn trail began its winding ascent up the stone formation. As they walked, Daniel explained that the path had existed since before the town's founding, possibly created by indigenous people who had once inhabited the region. The spring that feeds our creek emerges about halfway up, he explained as they began to climb. Some say that's what originally drew people to this place. Reliable water in a land where that's precious beyond measure. The trail proved well maintained and moderately challenging, switchbacking up the ridge's face to accommodate the steeper sections. As they ascended, Thomas gained new appreciation for the formation's scale and complexity. What had appeared from a distance as a relatively simple curved wall revealed itself as an intricate network of stone outcroppings, small plateaus, and sheltered alcoves. Vegetation grew in surprising abundance wherever soil had accumulated. Hardy shrubs, grasses, and even small trees, finding purchase in what initially appeared too harsh an environment to support life. "Here's our spring," Daniel announced as they rounded a bend to discover a small pool formed where water emerged from a crack in the stone face. The liquid appeared remarkably clear, reflecting the blue sky overhead, while plants clustered around its edges in vibrant green contrast to the surrounding earth tones. They paused to rest and drink from the spring, the water proving cold and sweet with minerals. From this elevation, they could see much of Hollow Ridge spread beneath them, the town appearing smaller than Thomas had imagined, the surrounding basins stretching toward distant mountains that shimmered in the morning heat. "Where exactly does the music seem to come from?" Thomas asked, scanning the upper portions of the ridge still rising above them. Daniel pointed toward a relatively flat area near the ridge's highest point. "Up there, usually. Though, as I mentioned, those who've climbed during the full moon say the sound seems to shift location. Martha Coleman claims that's because we're not meant to find him, that the music is the gift, not the musician." They continued their ascent, reaching the upper plateau Daniel had indicated after another 30 minutes of steady climbing. The area proved larger than it had appeared from below, a natural amphitheater of stone with several large boulders arranged almost like seating around its perimeter. The center remained relatively clear, covered with a carpet of short grasses that rustled softly in the gentle breeze. "This would be an ideal place for music," Thomas observed, noting how the surrounding rock formations would naturally amplify and direct sound toward the town below. "Perfect acoustics." "That's what the mining engineer said too when he visited last year," Daniel agreed. "Said it was a rare natural phenomenon. Something about the curvature of the stone and the density of the rock. Technical explanation I didn't fully follow." Thomas walked the perimeter of the plateau, examining the area with careful attention. No obvious signs indicated regular human presence. No firings, discarded items, or well-worn paths beyond the main trail they had followed. If someone came here monthly to play music, they left remarkably little evidence of their visits. "What's your theory?" he asked Daniel, who had seated himself on one of the larger boulders, watching Thomas's exploration with patient interest. Daniel considered the question before responding. "I believe some places have memory," he said finally. "Not consciousness exactly, but something like it. Maybe someone did die here long ago. A musician who found this place and recognized its beauty. Maybe part of him remained, or returns when conditions are right." He shrugged slightly. "Or maybe the ridge itself learned the music somehow, absorbed it like it absorbed the heat of the day and releases it slowly through the night." The explanation might have sounded fanciful elsewhere, but sitting in this remarkable natural formation, with the memory of last night's music still vivid in his mind, Thomas found himself unwilling to dismiss it entirely. He had seen enough in his travels to recognize that the line between explainable and inexplicable often proved thinner than most people preferred to believe. They spent another hour exploring the upper ridge, discovering small caves, unusual rock formations, and spectacular views in all directions. In one sheltered alcove, they found ancient pictographs etched into the stone, simple figures that Daniel identified as the work of indigenous people who had inhabited the region long before European settlement. The images depicted what appeared to be a human figure playing something to a circle of listeners, suggesting that perhaps music had been associated with this place for centuries before the current legend emerged. My grandfather claimed the native tribes considered this a sacred site, Daniel explained as they examined the faded markings, said they believed the ridge connected our world with others, spirit realms or something similar. They would come here for important ceremonies, especially those related to transitions between states of being. Birth, death, coming of age, Thomas suggested, carefully tracing the air above the ancient images without touching the fragile artwork. Those, certainly, Daniel agreed, but also moments of collective transition, changes of season, movements of their people from one territory to another. The ridge marked boundaries between different states of existence. This perspective added interesting context to the current phenomenon. Perhaps the mysterious music represented continuation of ancient tradition in new form, the ridge still serving as boundary marker between different realities, the fiddle replacing whatever instruments might have been used in earlier ceremonies. Thomas found this historical connection more compelling than simple ghost stories, though it still left unanswered the question of who exactly produced the remarkable music they had heard. In another area near the plateau's edge, they discovered a small, level space sheltered by overhanging rock. Old ashes suggested occasional use as campsite, though whether by the mysterious musician or merely travelers passing through remained impossible to determine. Thomas knelt to examine the site more closely, noting the careful arrangement of stones around what had been a small fire pit. Not the careless scatter typical of temporary camps, but a deliberate circle, suggesting repeated use by someone who valued order. Someone comes here regularly, he observed, sifting the cool ashes through his fingers. These fires weren't all built at the same time. Daniel nodded agreement. Rangers sometimes use this spot when patrolling for rustlers or tracking bandits. Good vantage point over several approaches to town. He hesitated before adding, but they tend to avoid it during full moons, say it feels occupied those nights, even when no one visible is present. As they continued exploration, Thomas gathered various small observations that, while inconclusive individually, collectively suggested the ridge held genuine significance beyond mere local legend. The natural acoustics of certain areas would indeed amplify and direct sound toward the town below with remarkable clarity. Several locations showed subtle signs of repeated human presence. A worn path here, a deliberately placed stone there, yet nothing definitively identifying who might visit or when. Most compelling was the consistent feeling of peaceful reverence the place inspired. Whether standing on the upper plateau with its panoramic views, or sheltered in one of the small caves with their sense of protected intimacy, Thomas experienced the same tranquil awareness he had felt while listening to the mysterious music the previous night. The ridge itself seemed to encourage certain states of mind, reflection, appreciation, connection to something larger than immediate concern. As they began their descent in the early afternoon, Thomas had reached no firm conclusion about the mysterious fiddler. The rational explanation? A reclusive local musician who played for personal reasons during full moons seemed plausible, yet somehow insufficient to account for both the quality of the music and the consistent pattern maintained over generations, the supernatural alternative, a ghostly performer continuing an endless serenade, strained credibility, yet aligned better with the emotional impact he had experienced firsthand. "Will you stay another night?" Daniel asked as they approached the town. "There's no music without the full moon, but the ridge has its own beauty after dark." Thomas considered briefly before declining. "Best I move on," he replied. "Hargrove's ranch is a day's ride from here, you said. I should arrive by tomorrow evening, if I leave at first light." Daniel nodded, understanding. "The fiddler will still be here next full moon, if your travels bring you back this way." That evening, Thomas prepared for departure, organizing his few possessions and settling his account with Henry. Several townspeople stopped by his table during dinner, sharing their own experiences with the moonlit music and seeming genuinely pleased that the newcomer had appreciated their local phenomenon. A rancher described how the music had once guided him home during an unexpected snowstorm, when landmarks had disappeared under white blankets. A young mother confided that she had conceived her first child on a full moon night, after she and her husband had danced to the mysterious melody. "Different for everyone," she explained with a slight blush, "but always important somehow." The schoolteacher, Elizabeth, brought a small, leather-bound book she had been keeping since her arrival. A journal documenting each month's musical performance with careful attention to variations in melody, emotional qualities, and any unusual circumstances surrounding particular appearances. The pages contained no musical notation. She admitted lacking technical knowledge to transcribe notes properly, but her descriptions revealed remarkable consistency in how the music affected listeners, while never repeating exactly the same composition twice. "It's as if the fiddler knows what the community needs each time," she explained, showing Thomas entries spanning her 6 months in Hollow Ridge. "Last February, after the Wilson child died from fever, the music was so poignant people wept openly in the street. Yet it somehow brought comfort, not additional grief. Then April's performance during the cattle drive celebration was joyful, spirited, perfect accompaniment for a successful season." Sheriff Lawson, a quietly authoritative man who had observed Thomas with professional interest since his arrival, finally approached as the evening progressed. He carried himself with the careful alertness common to lawmen in frontier communities, but his expression held genuine curiosity rather than suspicion. "Heard you climbed the ridge today with Daniel," he commented, settling into the chair across from Thomas. "Most visitors who hear the stories either dismiss them entirely or become determined to solve the mystery once and for all. You seem to fall somewhere between." Thomas nodded acknowledgement of this accurate assessment. "I've seen enough unusual things in my travels to avoid quick judgment either way," he replied. "The music was remarkable, whatever its source." The sheriff studied him thoughtfully. "Had a professor from back east visit last year. Studied music at some fancy university. He came fully prepared to expose our provincial superstitions, as he called them." A slight smile crossed the lawman's weathered face. "After hearing the fiddler, he stayed 3 extra weeks, climbing that ridge every day with his notebooks and instruments. Left eventually with more questions than answers, according to his own admission." This information aligned with Thomas's own experience. The phenomenon seemed to resist simple explanation while remaining undeniably real in its effects. Whatever produced the music transcended ordinary performance, creating something that resonated deeply with those fortunate enough to hear it. Martha Coleman made a specific point of visiting, bringing a small package wrapped in cloth. "Cornbread for your journey," she explained, placing it beside his plate. "Not much, but something to remember us by." "Thank you." Thomas replied, touched by the gesture. I don't suppose anyone's written down the music. The melody was remarkable. I'd remember it better with notation. Martha smiled, shaking her head. Many have tried, but it never sounds the same when played by others. Notes on paper can't capture what flows from the ridge. She studied him with those sharp eyes that seemed to see more than mere appearance. But you'll remember it anyway. Not the exact notes, perhaps, but how it made you feel. That's what matters. She was right, Thomas realized. Already the specific melody had begun fading from his memory, but the emotion it had evoked remained vivid and immediate. A complex blend of longing, appreciation, and peculiar comfort that defied simple description. Whatever explanation might account for the moonlit fiddler of Hollow Ridge, the experience itself had been genuine and meaningful. Thomas rose before dawn the following morning, the eastern sky just beginning to lighten as he saddled his horse and secured his belongings. The town remained quiet around him, most residents still sleeping in the pre-dawn darkness. The air held the particular crispness unique to early autumn mornings, carrying the sense of sage and distant pines from the higher country beyond the ridge. A lone coyote called somewhere to the north, its voice echoing briefly before silence returned. As he tightened the cinch on his saddle, Thomas found himself humming softly. Fragments of the melody he had heard beneath the full moon, though his recollection captured only shadows of its true complexity. The experience had affected him more deeply than he had initially recognized, touching something fundamental that responded to beauty and mystery in equal measure. For a man accustomed to practical concerns and tangible realities, this recognition came as gentle surprise, a reminder that even the most grounded existence contained room for wonder. His horse nickered softly, perhaps responding to his unusually contemplative mood, or merely expressing impatience to begin the day's journey. Thomas patted the animal's neck reassuringly, completing final preparations with practiced efficiency despite the dim light. As he prepared to mount, a movement caught his attention, a small figure approaching from between two buildings. It was a child, perhaps 8 or 9 years old, wrapped in a coat too large for his small frame. Thomas recognized him vaguely from the previous evening, one of several children who had stood quietly with their parents during the mysterious performance. "Sir," the boy said, his voice hushed in the early morning stillness. "Are you leaving?" Thomas nodded, curious about this unexpected encounter. "Just heading out. What has you awake so early, young man?" The boy glanced around as if checking whether they were truly alone before continuing. "I saw him," he whispered, eyes wide with the importance of his disclosure. "The fiddler. 2 moons ago, when everyone else had gone home. I was supposed to be in bed, but I snuck out to look at the stars." Thomas crouched to bring himself level with the child's earnest face. "You saw someone on the ridge?" he asked carefully. The boy nodded emphatically. "Up where the flat part is, where you went with Mr. Weaver yesterday. He was standing there with his fiddle looking up at the moon. Had an old-fashioned hat and coat, just like in the stories." He leaned closer, voice dropping further. "But when the clouds passed over the moon for a minute, I could see right through him to the rocks behind, like he was made of moonlight himself." The description contained a child's straightforward acceptance of the extraordinary, no attempt to rationalize or explain, simply reporting what he had witnessed with the unfiltered clarity that adults often lost through accumulated experience and expectation. Thomas found himself envying this perspective that allowed wonder without demanding explanation, that could accept mystery as its own valid category of experience, rather than problem requiring solution. Did he see you watching? Thomas asked, curious about potential interaction between observer and observed. The boy considered this question with surprising thoughtfulness. I don't think so. Or maybe he did but didn't mind. He seemed... The child searched for appropriate words. Comfortable, like someone sitting in their favorite chair by the fire. Not sad exactly, but... He trailed off, struggling to articulate the nuance he had perceived. At peace, Thomas suggested. Yes, sir, the boy confirmed, visibly relieved at having his impression accurately named. At peace. When he started playing again, I felt the same way. Like I was exactly where I belonged, too, even though I was out past bedtime and would have been in trouble if caught. The simple observation carried unexpected weight, resonating with Thomas's own experience of the music. That's a special feeling, he acknowledged. Worth remembering. The boy nodded, apparently satisfied that his information had been properly received. Ma says I imagined it because I was sleepy, but I didn't. Thought you should know, since you asked so many questions yesterday. With the direct practicality of childhood, he then turned and hurried back toward what Thomas presumed was his home. Mission accomplished. Thomas mounted his horse and guided it slowly down Hollow Ridge's main street, toward the trail that would eventually lead to Hargrove's ranch and whatever employment might await him there. As he reached the town's edge, he paused, turning in the saddle for one final look at the ridge, now catching the first golden light of sunrise. In the clear morning air, the formation appeared entirely natural, an impressive geological feature, but nothing to suggest supernatural presence. Yet Thomas found himself wondering what it might look like under tonight's moon, still full though he would view it from miles away. Whether the fiddler was flesh and blood, ghostly presence, or merely a story people needed to believe, the music itself had been real enough. It had spoken to something within him that too rarely found voice, a yearning for connection, perhaps, or recognition that beauty could emerge in unexpected places. As he turned his horse westward and set off at a steady pace, Thomas realized he was humming. The tune wasn't precisely what he had heard the previous night. No human memory or voice could capture that perfectly. But it carried echoes of the melody that had floated down from Hollow Ridge beneath the full moon. Simple yet profound, joyful yet tinged with gentle melancholy, it seemed an appropriate companion for a solitary journey across open country. Perhaps someday his wandering would bring him back to this remote settlement, with its remarkable natural amphitheater and mysterious nocturnal musician. Until then, he would carry both the memory and the unanswered questions with him, another experience gathered during his travels across a frontier where the boundary between ordinary and extraordinary often blurred in unexpected ways. The sun climbed higher as Thomas rode westward, the rhythm of his horse's hooves providing percussive accompaniment to the tune he continued humming. Behind him, Hollow Ridge diminished with distance, yet remained present in memory, a place where music bridged not just the physical space between ridge and town, but the more complex distances between present and past, between solitude and connection, between the world as it appeared in daylight and the deeper mysteries it revealed under the glow of a full moon. As Thomas McKenna rode westward from Hollow Ridge, the melody of the mysterious fiddler still echoing in his mind, he couldn't have known that his path would eventually lead him toward another of the frontier's quiet mysteries. The sun climbed higher as he traveled, transforming the morning chill into the comfortable warmth of autumn, while distant mountains shimmered on the horizon like mirages, always visible yet never seeming to draw closer despite hours of steady progress. After several days of travel, the landscape gradually shifted, The open basin gave way to rolling terrain dotted with mesquite trees, their twisted forms creating patterns of light and shadow across the golden grasslands. The air carried different scents here, the subtle sweetness of mesquite blossoms mingling with rich earth and the occasional hint of water hidden in the folds of the land. Thomas followed a winding trail that dipped in and out of shallow arroyos, each bend revealing new vistas that seemed both desolate and surprisingly alive upon closer inspection. As twilight approached on his 5th day beyond Hollow Ridge, Thomas crested a gentle rise and paused, surveying the valley that opened before him. Unlike the stark beauty of the ridge country, this hollow presented a softer aspect. A natural bowl nestled among low hills, filled with a grove of ancient mesquite trees whose gnarled branches spread wide above the dusty ground. Near the center of the grove, a small spring created a modest oasis where the vegetation grew thicker, signaled by the deeper green visible even in the fading light. Thomas sensed rather than saw movement at the edge of his vision, something or someone watching from the shadows beneath the trees. For a moment, he recalled the boy's description of the translucent fiddler on the ridge, wondering if this territory too held its own spectral resident. But this presence felt different, more grounded, more deliberate in its stillness. Not music carried on the night air, but silent observation from the shelter of ancient trees. The watcher of Mesquite Hollow had noticed the traveler's arrival, just as it had observed countless others who passed through this quiet corner of the frontier. And as darkness settled fully across the land, Thomas McKenna made camp at the hollow's edge, unaware that he had entered a place where another story, equally mysterious but entirely its own, was about to unfold. The last ember of daylight clung to the western horizon as Thomas Everett guided his horse along the narrow trail that wound between the sandstone formations of Chollier County. At 34, Thomas had spent most of his adult life working the McCreary Ranch, his lean frame and weathered skin testament to years under the unforgiving desert sun. His eyes, a pale blue that seemed almost translucent in certain light, had developed the distant focus common to men who spend their days scanning vast horizons for signs of weather, predators, or stray cattle. Behind him trotted Russet, a red-brown border collie who had been Thomas's faithful companion for nearly 7 years. The dog moved with the confident precision of a working animal, occasionally ranging ahead to investigate interesting scents before returning to his master's side with unwavering loyalty. Together they made an effective team, the silent understanding between them honed through countless hours working cattle across the sprawling rangeland that constituted the McCreary operation. Thomas adjusted his hat against the angled light of approaching dusk, squinting slightly as he surveyed the terrain ahead. They were farther from the main ranch buildings than he'd intended to be at this hour, delayed by the discovery of a breach in the fence line that had required immediate repair. Old Man McCreary was particular about maintenance, understanding that in cattle country, prevention always proved more economical than remedy. "We'll need to pick up the pace, Russet," Thomas remarked to the dog, who perked his ears at the sound of his name. "Don't fancy being caught out here after dark, especially with those clouds building to the east." The dog offered a soft whine of acknowledgement, his intelligent eyes following Thomas's gaze toward the distant thunderheads that had begun to mass above the eastern horizon. Weather changed quickly in this part of the territory, particularly during the transitional weeks between summer and autumn, when hot desert air collided with cooler currents sweeping down from the mountains. Thomas nudged his mount into a steadier trot, calculated to cover ground efficiently without overly taxing the animal after a long day's work. The gelding, a sturdy buckskin named Sawyer, responded willingly, his ears pricking forward as if he too recognized the wisdom in reaching shelter before nightfall or approaching storm arrive. As they crested a low rise, Thomas paused briefly, orienting himself against the familiar landmarks that punctuated the otherwise monotonous landscape. The distinctive Twin Peaks locals called the Sisters stood silhouetted against the darkening sky to the north, while the meandering line of cottonwoods marking Serpent Creek traced a green ribbon across the western distance. "There's Mesquite Hollow," Thomas observed, more to himself than to Russet, as he identified the densely vegetated depression ahead. The hollow represented an unusual concentration of mesquite trees, ancient, twisted specimens that had found sufficient groundwater to grow to impressive size despite the arid surroundings. Their gnarled branches created a natural canopy over the shallow basin, offering rare shade in a land characterized by relentless exposure. Local folklore attributed unusual qualities to the hollow, stories Thomas had initially dismissed as the natural human tendency to mythologize distinctive features in a harsh landscape. The McCreary ranch hands spoke of a presence that inhabited the grove, not malevolent but distinctly otherworldly. They claimed animals behaved differently there, becoming unnaturally calm or seemingly responsive to unseen guidance. Some insisted they'd glimpsed a figure moving among the trees at dusk or dawn, never clearly, always peripherally, gone when directly observed. Thomas maintained healthy skepticism about such tales, preferring explanations grounded in natural phenomena rather than supernatural speculation. Yet even he couldn't deny a certain atmosphere that pervaded the hollow, a stillness different from ordinary desert quiet, a sense of being observed despite apparent solitude. "Quickest way home is straight through," he decided aloud, nudging Sawyer toward the waiting grove. "We'll save half an hour compared to skirting around the long way." Russet trotted ahead willingly enough, though Thomas noted the dog's behavior subtly shifted as they approached the outer ring of mesquite trees. His movements became more deliberate, head raised and alert. Not fearful, but undeniably watchful. Sawyer too displayed mild hesitation, requiring slightly firmer guidance to maintain their chosen path. The transition from open desert to the hollow's interior occurred with surprising abruptness. One moment they traveled under vast open sky, the next they passed beneath the outstretched limbs of ancient mesquites, whose upper branches formed an interlocking network overhead. Light changed quality immediately, filtered, dappled, creating alternating patterns of illumination and shadow across the sandy soil below. The air felt different as well, cooler certainly, but also somehow denser, carrying scents of vegetation and moisture rarely encountered in the surrounding terrain. "Easy, Sawyer," Thomas murmured as the horse's stride shortened, his ears flicking back and forth with heightened alertness. Nothing here but trees and shadows. Yet even as he offered this rational reassurance, Thomas found himself scanning the deepening shadows with greater attention than strictly necessary. There was nothing overtly threatening about the hollow. Quite the opposite, in fact. The environment conveyed an unusual sense of sanctuary, of deliberate separation from the harsher aspects of desert existence. Small wildlife evidently sensed this protective quality as well. As Thomas guided Sawyer along the natural path that wound through the heart of the grove, he observed jackrabbits that barely acknowledged their passing, desert quail moving unhurriedly between patches of vegetation, even a pair of mule deer browsing upon mesquite pods with minimal concern for the human and dog in their vicinity. "Peculiar," Thomas remarked softly, noting behavior markedly different from the typical wariness such creatures displayed in human presence. "Almost seems like they don't register us as a threat." Russet appeared equally perplexed by the wildlife's calm demeanor, his herding instincts temporarily confounded by prey animals that refused to behave as expected. The dog maintained close proximity to Sawyer now, occasionally glancing toward Thomas as if seeking explanation for this departure from normal patterns. As they approached the hollow's center, where the canopy grew thickest and light diminished accordingly, Thomas became aware of an unusual feature he hadn't noticed during previous, more peripheral passages through the area. A small clearing opened among the densest collection of ancient mesquites, creating a perfect circle, perhaps 30 feet in diameter. The space contained a shallow depression in its center, where collected rainwater had created a small, surprisingly clear pool, remarkable in terrain where surface water typically appeared muddy and ephemeral. More striking than the pool itself were the items arranged around its circumference. Small bundles of dried herbs tied with colored thread, polished stones placed in patterns suggesting deliberate arrangement, several apples in varying states of dehydration, and what appeared to be small carved figures fashioned from mesquite wood. "Someone's been busy," Thomas observed with mild concern, immediately recognizing human intention behind the arrangements. The objects suggested ritual significance beyond simple decoration, raising questions about who visited this isolated location and for what purpose. As if responding to his unspoken curiosity, Russet suddenly stiffened, his attention fixed on a point beyond the clearing where shadows gathered most densely beneath a particularly massive mesquite. Thomas followed the dog's gaze, initially seeing nothing but variegated darkness beneath the ancient tree. Then, almost imperceptibly, shadows seemed to reorganize themselves, not through obvious movement, but through subtle redistribution of darkness that gradually revealed a silhouette distinct from surrounding vegetation. Thomas instinctively reached for the revolver holstered at his hip, though he stopped short of drawing the weapon. The figure, if indeed it was a figure rather than trick of failing light, made no threatening movement, maintained no aggressive posture. It simply stood, partially obscured by the mesquite's trunk, positioned in such a way that details remained indistinct despite Thomas's concentrated focus. "Hello there," he called, keeping his tone neutral but projecting sufficient volume to carry across the clearing. "Don't mean to intrude on your business, just passing through on my way back to McCreary's place." No verbal response answered his greeting, yet Thomas sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere, not threatening, but undeniably reactive to his acknowledgement. Russet whined softly, his eyes remaining fixed on the shadowed area with unusual intensity. The dog displayed neither aggression nor fear, but rather a peculiar attentiveness that Thomas had previously observed only when Russet encountered something that confounded his categorization. "We'll just continue on our way," Thomas decided aloud, gently nudging Sawyer forward along the path that would take them through the remainder of the hollow and back onto open rangeland beyond. "No need to disturb your evening." As they moved forward, Thomas maintained awareness of the shadowed figure through oblique observation, noting that while direct focus revealed nothing conclusive, peripheral vision occasionally suggested a form draped in something akin to a long coat or cloak. The impression came and went, frustratingly inconsistent, present when attention relaxed, but dissolving when deliberately sought. They had nearly reached the clearing's edge when a sudden, violent gust of wind penetrated the hollow's canopy, bringing with it the distinctive scent of approaching rain and the distant rumble of thunder. Sawyer startled slightly at the unexpected intrusion, while above them, the interlocked branches of ancient mesquites creaked and swayed under the wind's force. "Storm's coming faster than I expected," Thomas observed grimly, calculating remaining daylight against distance to the ranch buildings. "Might be cutting it close," Russet. The dog had moved slightly ahead but now turned back at the sound of his name, body oriented toward the path leading out of the hollow. In that moment of divided attention, the wind intensified dramatically, transforming from strong gusts to sustained blast that whipped dust and debris into a swirling cloud at ground level. Visibility deteriorated instantly, a localized dust storm driven by the approaching weather system's advancing edge. Thomas raised an arm to shield his eyes, simultaneously tightening his grip on Sawyer's reins as the horse shifted nervously beneath him. "Russet!" he called, voice barely audible above the wind's howl. "Stay close, boy." No answering bark reached his ears. No familiar form materialized within the limited radius of his vision. The dust cloud thickened further, reducing visibility to mere feet, disorienting in its sudden, complete disruption of visual reference points. Thomas fought rising concern, knowing the dog's generally reliable obedience should have brought him immediately to heel. "Russet!" he called again with greater urgency. "Come." Only the wind's persistent roar answered his command as the dust storm maintained its chaotic intensity, driven by atmospheric pressure differentials preceding the approaching thunderstorm. For several minutes, Thomas remained stationary, trusting Sawyer's calm disposition while hoping for the wind to diminish sufficiently for proper search efforts. Eventually, the initial violent blast subsided to more manageable strength, allowing dust to begin settling and visibility to gradually improve. As the air cleared sufficiently for effective sight, Thomas scanned their immediate surroundings with mounting concern. No sign of Russet appeared within the visible radius. No distinctive red-brown coat, no responsive movement to his calls. The dog had simply vanished during those moments of blinding dust and howling wind. "This isn't like him," Thomas muttered, dismounting to examine the ground for tracks or indications of the dog's departure direction. The recently disturbed soil revealed little useful information, with any clear prints obscured by the storm's effects. "Russet!" he called again, voice projecting across the hollow with renewed volume. "Come, boy!" Only the hollow's unusual silence answered his call, punctuated by distant thunder that suggested the approaching storm's continued advance. Thomas calculated options with pragmatic efficiency, weighing the need to locate his valuable working dog against diminishing daylight and deteriorating weather conditions. "Can't leave him out here," he decided aloud, securing Sawyer's reins to a nearby mesquite branch. "Not with that storm coming in. He must have spooked and run for cover somewhere nearby." With practiced efficiency, Thomas loosened his bandana and dampened it from his canteen, tying it across his nose and mouth as protection against lingering dust. He checked his revolver out of habit, then oriented himself relative to the clearing's central pool, establishing mental map of search patterns that would systematically cover the hollow's interior. As he prepared to begin his search, movement at the clearing's edge caught his attention. Not the familiar form of Russet, but the shadowy figure he had observed earlier. Though still frustratingly indistinct, the silhouette now stood more clearly defined against the hollow's natural background, positioned just beyond the arranged offerings surrounding the central pool. Thomas hesitated, uncertain whether to acknowledge the figure directly or proceed with his search independently. Local tales regarding Mesquite Hollow suggested various identities for its purported inhabitant. Some claimed it was the spirit of a Mexican shepherd who had died protecting his flock during a flash flood decades earlier. Others insisted it represented something older, tied to the land itself rather than any human history. The McCreary ranch hands generally avoided entering the hollow alone, particularly at transitional hours of dawn or dusk. Pragmatism ultimately overcame superstition. "I've lost my dog," Thomas stated directly, addressing the figure with respectful neutrality rather than fear or challenge. "Red-brown border collie," answers to Russet, "spooked during that dust gust. Don't suppose you've seen him?" No verbal response came from the shadowy form, yet Thomas perceived subtle movement. Head slightly inclined, then deliberately turned toward the hollow's northern section. The gesture contained unmistakable purpose, despite its minimal execution, creating impression of communication through the most economical possible means. "Are you saying he went that way?" Thomas asked, indicating the northern direction with a pointing gesture of his own. Again, no words were offered, but the figure's silhouette seemed to incline forward slightly, not quite a nod, but conveying similar affirmative meaning through the barest suggested movement. Then, with fluid grace that somehow avoided triggering Thomas's perception of specific motion, the figure was simply gone, not dramatically vanishing, but transitioning from presence to absence, with such subtle progression that the exact moment of disappearance remained impossible to identify. Thomas stood momentarily frozen, processing what he'd experienced, while reconciling it against his naturally practical disposition. Whether genuine supernatural encounter or elaborate psychological projection mattered less than the immediate concern of locating Russet before full darkness and approaching storm converged on their location. "North it is, then," he decided, setting off in the indicated direction with a determined stride. The hollow's interior grew progressively darker as evening advanced, and cloud cover thickened overhead. Yet Thomas maintained orientation through careful attention to terrain features and periodic confirmation against distant landmarks visible through gaps in the mesquite canopy. After several minutes of steady progress through increasingly dense vegetation, Thomas detected sounds that immediately captured his complete attention. The distinctive, distressed whine of a dog in difficulty, emanating from somewhere ahead. "Russet," he called, pace quickening toward the source. "I'm coming, boy." The answering whimper guided him to a narrow ravine partially concealed by overhanging mesquite branches, a natural drainage channel that had carved itself into the hollow's northern edge. Approaching cautiously, Thomas discovered Russet positioned precariously on a narrow ledge partway down the ravine's side, evidently having slipped during the confusion of the dust storm. The dog's posture suggested potential injury, with weight distributed unevenly as he maintained balance on the restricted surface. "Easy there," Thomas soothed, assessing the situation with experienced calculation. The ravine dropped perhaps 15 feet at its deepest point, with sides steep enough to present climbing challenges for man or dog. Russet's ledge appeared approximately halfway down, too high for easy reach from below, too far to safely lift the animal without risk of falling. "Going to need some help with this," Thomas muttered, considering options. The approaching storm complicated matters, with increasing wind gusts and darkening sky suggesting limited time before conditions deteriorated further. Returning to the ranch for assistance would require at least 2 hours round trip, leaving Russet exposed to weather and potential predators, unacceptable risk for a valued working animal and companion. As Thomas contemplated this logistical challenge, skin prickled at the nape of his neck, the distinctive sensation of being observed. Turning slowly, he discovered the shadowy figure positioned several yards away, now more distinctly visible than during previous encounters, yet still maintaining frustrating resistance to detailed observation. The form appeared roughly human in proportion, though slightly taller than average, draped in what resembled a long coat or cloak that obscured specific physical characteristics. "I found him," Thomas stated unnecessarily, gesturing toward the ravine. "But I can't reach him without risking both of us going down. He's likely hurt his leg from how he's favoring it." The figure remained silent, yet conveyed unmistakable awareness and comprehension through subtle shifts in posture, attention directed first toward Thomas, then to Russet's predicament, then back to Thomas with what seemed communicative intent despite absence of conventional expression. After this silent exchange, the figure moved toward the ravine with fluid grace that somehow avoided disturbing surrounding vegetation or creating expected ambient noise. Thomas stepped aside, watching with mixture of curiosity and concern as the mysterious form approached the ravine's edge and gazed down toward Russet's position. The dog, remarkably, showed no fear toward this unusual presence. Quite the opposite, in fact. Russet's demeanor shifted from distressed to attentive, ears forward, posture indicating recognition rather than alarm, despite encountering an entity that should, by all reasonable expectations, trigger wariness in an animal with well-developed protective instincts. What happened next occurred with such fluid coordination that Thomas struggled to process individual components within the seamless sequence. The figure made subtle gesturing movements, with hands concealed within voluminous sleeves, movements suggesting gentle encouragement rather than command. Russet responded with careful repositioning on his precarious ledge, appearing to follow specific guidance that somehow transcended normal limitations of cross-species communication. Then, with timing that suggested perfect calculation, the figure extended an arm downward, sleeve falling back to reveal a hand neither distinctly male nor female, neither young nor old, possessing an aesthetic quality Thomas could only register as timeless. Russet stretched upward with surprising confidence, allowing himself to be grasped securely by the scruff and partially lifted, while simultaneously finding improved footing that supported his upward scramble towards safer ground. Within moments that seemed simultaneously extended and compressed, Russet stood safely at the ravine's edge, whole and apparently uninjured despite Thomas's earlier impression of limping. The dog showed no distress from his ordeal, instead maintaining respectful attention toward the mysterious figure who had facilitated his rescue with such unusual efficacy. "Thank you," Thomas offered sincerely, moving forward to examine Russet more carefully. The dog greeted him with familiar enthusiasm, though continued directing occasional glances toward their unusual benefactor. "Thought I'd have to leave him to get help, which wouldn't have been good with that storm coming in." The figure made no verbal response to Thomas's gratitude, yet conveyed acknowledgement through the subtle inclination of what appeared to be a hooded head. Then, with characteristic economy of movement, the form turned slightly, gesturing toward the hollow's southern edge with deliberate purpose. "You're suggesting we head that way," Thomas interpreted, noting the indicated direction led away from the ranch buildings that represented their original destination. "That's not toward McCreary's." Despite absence of spoken explanation, understanding formed within Thomas's mind with unexpected clarity. Not words precisely, but conviction that sudden insight represented communication rather than independent thought. The southern path offered safer passage, given the approaching storm's direction and intensity, providing alternative shelter until dangerous conditions passed. "How would you know that?" Thomas questioned, natural skepticism reasserting itself despite undeniable assistance already rendered. And why should I trust your judgment about which way's safer? In response, the figure simply extended an arm upward, directing Thomas's attention to the sky visible through gaps in the mesquite canopy. Following this indication, Thomas observed cloud formations with newly informed perspective, recognizing patterns that indeed suggested the storm's most violent aspect would pass directly over their original route, while potentially leaving the southern path relatively protected by intervening terrain features. You understand the weather patterns, Thomas acknowledged, reassessing the figure with growing curiosity rather than diminishing caution. Been watching them a long time, I'd guess. Something in the figure's posture shifted slightly, conveying what Thomas interpreted as affirmation without specific movement that could be confidently identified as nodding. Then, with characteristic fluid transition, the form began moving southward along a path that appeared unremarkable until Thomas noticed subtle indicators of frequent use. Not obvious trail, but definite evidence of repeated passage that had gradually altered the hollow's natural contour. Reckon we'd better follow, Thomas decided aloud, partly for Russet's benefit, but primarily to solidify his own commitment to this unexpected deviation from established plans. Old man McCreary won't be pleased if we're not back tonight, but he'd be less pleased if we got caught in what's coming. With Russet trotting close beside him, Thomas followed the mysterious figure along the subtle pathway, maintaining distance that balanced respectful cooperation against prudent caution. Their guide moved with remarkable efficiency, selecting routes that accommodated Thomas's heavier footfall and less agile navigation, while somehow avoiding disturbance to surrounding vegetation that might impede human passage. As they traveled southward through increasingly unfamiliar sections of the hollow, Thomas observed environmental details that challenged his previous understanding of the area's extent and character. The mesquite grove expanded beyond parameters depicted on ranch maps, containing unexpected variations in terrain. Small meadows carpeted with unusual desert wildflowers, tinajas of collected rainwater supporting surprising biodiversity. Even occasional stands of cottonwood suggesting underground water sources invisible from surface indicators. This hollow's bigger than I realized, Thomas remarked, though he expected no response from their silent guide. Been working McCreary land for 8 years and never knew half these places existed within the property boundaries. Their journey continued for perhaps 40 minutes. Progress deliberately paced to accommodate human limitations while steadily advancing toward a destination known only to their mysterious guide. Throughout this passage, Thomas noted Russet's unusual behavior. The dog maintained alertness without anxiety, occasionally ranging slightly ahead to investigate interesting scents, but predominantly remaining closer to Thomas than typical working patterns would dictate. The subtle pathway eventually opened onto an unexpected clearing, containing a small structure partially embedded in the hollow's southern slope. Constructed from adobe bricks and supporting a simple wooden roof, the building appeared simultaneously ancient and serviceable, weathered by countless seasons yet structurally sound, positioned to maximize natural protection from prevailing weather patterns. Old Line Shack, Thomas identified with professional recognition, though the building matched no documented shelter on McCreary's property records. Probably dates back to original Spanish land grants before American ranchers moved in. Their guide paused at the clearing's edge, gesturing toward the structure with deliberate indication before stepping aside, clearly communicating intended destination while relinquishing direct leadership. Thomas approached cautiously, professional experience automatically assessing the building's condition and potential hazards before committing to entry. The adobe walls showed signs of periodic maintenance despite apparent age, while the wooden door, weathered but functional, hung slightly ajar, as if anticipating arrival of temporary occupants. "Somebody keeps this place up," Thomas observed, examining exterior features with practiced attention to detail. Small niches carved beside the doorway contained what appeared to be stone figures, similar to those arranged around the hollow's central pool, suggesting connection between locations through shared symbolism or purpose. Wind intensity increased noticeably as Thomas completed his exterior inspection, carrying first scattered raindrops that confirmed the storm's imminent arrival. Best get inside, he decided, pushing the door further open while maintaining cautious awareness of potential wildlife that might have claimed the structure during human absence. The interior proved surprisingly well maintained. Swept earthen floor, simple wooden furniture including small table and 2 chairs, even a properly constructed fireplace with carefully stacked kindling and small supply of mesquite logs positioned nearby. Evidence suggested occasional human use, though absence of personal belongings indicated communal purpose rather than individual habitation. Someone keeps this ready for travelers, Thomas realized, recognizing practical provisions that addressed basic needs without unnecessary elaboration. A covered clay olla contained water that, when cautiously tested, proved remarkably fresh and clean. Several sealed jars on crude wooden shelves contained preserved foods, beans, corn, dried fruit, protected from rodents and insects through careful storage methods. As Thomas completed his inspection, he became aware that their mysterious guide had vanished, with characteristic absence of definable transition, present one moment at the clearing's edge, simply gone the next without observable departure. This disappearance might have triggered renewed unease, had the pattern not already established itself as consistent behavior rather than specific cause for concern. "Looks like it's just us for now," Thomas informed Russet, who had already settled comfortably near the fireplace with familiar canine pragmatism. "Better get a fire started before that storm hits properly." With practiced efficiency, Thomas arranged kindling and smaller logs in the well-maintained fireplace, utilizing matches from his personal kit to ignite carefully constructed tinder nest. The fire caught quickly, suggesting properly seasoned wood and excellent construction of the fireplace and chimney system that created ideal draft conditions. Warm illumination gradually filled the small structure, creating an atmosphere of surprising comfort despite rustic amenities. Outside, wind intensity continued building as the storm's leading edge fully engaged with the surrounding landscape. Rain began falling with increasing force, transitioning from scattered drops to steady precipitation that drummed against the roof with rhythmic persistence. Occasional thunder rumbled in the distance, suggesting electrical activity remained concentrated north of their position, confirming the mysterious guide's apparent weather prediction that had directed their alternative route. "Seems our friend was right about which way to go," Thomas acknowledged, settling into one of the simple wooden chairs while surveying their temporary shelter with increasing appreciation for its practical adequacy. "Would have been caught right in the thick of it if we'd tried heading back to the ranch." Russet offered soft whine of agreement before resting his head on outstretched paws, evidently content with their current circumstances despite deviation from normal routine. The dog showed no residual distress from his ravine misadventure, instead displaying comfortable familiarity with surroundings that should have registered as novel and potentially concerning to an animal with well-developed territorial awareness. As darkness fully claimed the world outside and storm intensity peaked, Thomas found himself reflecting on the sequence of events that had brought them to this unexpected shelter. The mysterious figure's interventions, first directing him to Russet's location, then facilitating the dog's rescue, finally guiding them to appropriate shelter, suggested purpose beyond random encounter or coincidental timing. "You've helped other travelers before, haven't you?" Thomas addressed the empty air, somehow confident that communication transcended ordinary limitations of physical presence. "Been watching over this hollow and those who pass through for quite some time." No audible response answered his question, yet Thomas perceived subtle shift in the shelter's atmosphere. Not dramatic manifestation or physical change, but quality of attention that suggested his words reached intended recipient despite apparent solitude. The sensation carried no threatening aspect, instead conveying impression of patient presence maintained through commitment to protective purpose, rather than any expectation of acknowledgement or gratitude. Thomas's thoughts turned to stories he'd previously dismissed as superstitious elaboration. Ranch hands claiming lost cattle mysteriously returning from the hollow's vicinity without human intervention. Injured wildlife reportedly found recovering in unusually protected locations within the grove. Even occasional accounts of travelers guided safely through dangerous weather by manifestations, visible only through peripheral vision. "The Watcher of Mesquite Hollow," he murmured, recalling designation coined by Mexican vaqueros who had worked McCreary land during previous generation. "El Vigilante del Mesquite." Rain continued its steady percussion against the roof as Thomas prepared simple meal from his saddlebags, supplemented by small portion of preserved beans from the shelter's stored provisions. He shared appropriately with Russet, maintaining working partnership through familiar routines despite unusual surroundings. The fire burned with remarkable efficiency, providing necessary warmth against desert nights' cooling temperatures, without excessive smoke or maintenance requirements. As evening deepened toward midnight, Thomas arranged his saddle as makeshift pillow and stretched out on the swept earthen floor near the fire's residual warmth. Russet settled comfortably alongside with customary proximity, both man and dog adapting to circumstances with pragmatic acceptance, characteristic of lives shaped by frontier conditions, where flexibility often determines survival. "Quite an evening, boy," Thomas remarked quietly, reaching to scratch behind Russet's ears with habitual affection. "Not what we planned, but could have gone much worse without some unexpected help." Sleep approached with surprising ease, given unfamiliar surroundings, suggesting deeper sense of security than rational assessment might support. As consciousness gradually receded, Thomas retained vague awareness of continued protective presence. Not intrusive observation, but vigilant guardianship maintained with patient dedication beyond ordinary human constancy. His last coherent thought acknowledged debt unlikely to be repaid through conventional means. "Thank you," directed not toward physical location or visible recipient, but toward the hollow itself and whatever entity had claimed stewardship of its unique sanctuary within harsh surrounding terrain. Morning arrived with characteristic southwestern clarity, sunlight filtering through the shelter's single window to create geometric patterns across the earthen floor. Thomas woke feeling remarkably refreshed, transition from sleep to wakefulness occurring with unusual smoothness, despite rustic accommodations. Russet too appeared well rested, greeting the new day with canine enthusiasm that suggested complete recovery from previous day's misadventure. Outside, the storm had fully passed, leaving behind a temporarily transformed landscape where desert vegetation glistened with moisture soon to be reclaimed by persistent sun and dry air. The sky presented perfect azure emptiness, cleansed of both clouds and dust by night's precipitation, creating visibility that extended horizons to seemingly infinite distance. Best be heading back, Thomas decided after a brief assessment of conditions. Old Man McCreary will be wondering what happened to us, though he'll understand taking shelter from a blow like that one. They departed the adobe shelter with appropriate care, banking remaining fire embers, returning unused provisions to proper storage, leaving the structure prepared for future travelers who might require its protection. Thomas oriented himself using distant landmarks now clearly visible in morning light, calculating most efficient route back to ranch headquarters with practiced navigational skill. Their return journey through Mesquite Hollow proceeded efficiently, landscape transformed by overnight rain, yet fundamentally unchanged in essential character. The ancient mesquites appeared somehow satisfied, their leaves washed clean of accumulated dust, their shallow root systems temporarily sated with moisture to sustain them through coming weeks of dry conditions. Thomas maintained awareness of potential reappearance by their mysterious benefactor, though no definite manifestation occurred during daylight passage. Yet subtle indications suggested continued presence beyond ordinary perception, wildlife behavior displaying unusual coordination, occasional peripheral impressions of movement without confirmable source, even momentary scents that seemed inappropriate to natural surroundings, yet vanished before conscious identification. As they approached the hollow's northern edge where transition to open rangeland would occur, Thomas intentionally paused at the central clearing containing the small pool and arranged offerings. The water level had risen noticeably following overnight rain, while the ceremonial items remained undisturbed despite storm intensity that should logically have scattered lightweight objects. After brief consideration, Denescio Tomas removed his bandana and placed it carefully among the existing offerings. Simple cotton square representing neither significant value nor elaborate craftsmanship, yet carrying personal significance through years of practical service. The gesture acknowledged exchange beyond conventional commerce, debt repaid through symbolic recognition rather than materially equivalent compensation. Seems appropriate to leave something in return, he explained to Russet, who watched the proceedings with characteristic attentiveness. Not sure if it matters to whoever or whatever helped us, but it matters to me to acknowledge when fair dealing's been given. With this modest ceremony completed, they continued toward the hollow's edge, where mesquite canopy gradually thinned to reveal expanding views of surrounding rangeland. As they prepared to transition from the grove's protective environment to exposed terrain beyond, Thomas experienced one final peripheral impression. Shadowy figure positioned among densest vegetation, observing their departure with what registered as approval, despite absence of conventionally readable expression. "Thank you again," Thomas offered without turning directly toward the perceived presence. Understanding through intuition rather than instruction that oblique acknowledgement maintained appropriate protocol for interaction with the hollow's mysterious guardian. For Russet, for shelter, for guidance. No audible response answered his expression of gratitude, yet subtle atmospheric shift suggested reception and acceptance of intended communication. With this final exchange completed, Thomas and Russet proceeded into the brilliant morning sunlight, leaving Mesquite Hollow behind, physically, while carrying its influence forward through permanently altered understanding of environment they had previously considered familiar territory. The McCreary Ranch buildings appeared on the horizon after approximately 2 hours' steady travel across open rangeland, their solid practicality representing return to conventional routine after brief immersion in experience beyond ordinary classification. Thomas anticipated questions regarding their unexpected absence, already formulating explanations that would satisfy legitimate concern without unnecessarily emphasizing aspects likely to trigger skepticism or uncomfortable speculation. Yet as they approached the main house, where Angus McCreary undoubtedly awaited report on yesterday's fence repair and explanation for missed return, Thomas realized certain elements would remain privately held, not through deliberate deception, but recognition that some experiences resisted translation into language accessible to those without direct participation. The Watcher of Mescal Hollow would remain partially enigmatic, even to Thomas himself, despite direct interaction. Identity neither fully revealed nor completely concealed, purpose suggested rather than explicitly stated, nature existing simultaneously within and beyond conventional categories that organized ordinary existence. This ambiguity represented not failure of perception, but essential quality of encountered phenomenon. Guardian presence, defined through function rather than specific form, known primarily through effects rather than intrinsic attributes. Some things you just experience rather than understand completely, Thomas explained to Russet as they covered final distance to the ranch headquarters. Reckon that's part of what makes them worth remembering. The dog offered soft whine that suggested agreement despite species limitations regarding abstract concepts, his practical nature already transitioning toward familiar routines of ranch life, while retaining subtle indication that recent experiences had expanded his awareness, just as they had altered his human companion's perspective. Together they returned to established patterns, carrying forward subtle transformation that would influence future engagement with both Hollow and surrounding territory. Attention permanently calibrated to peripheral possibilities previously overlooked. Awareness expanded to include protective presence neither fully supernatural nor conventionally natural, but occupying a unique position within spectrum of existence that constituted the complete landscape they called home. Behind them, Mesquite Hollow maintained its ancient rhythms, mesquite trees filtering sunlight through patterns established across centuries, small pool reflecting sky with temporary clarity, soon to be modified by natural processes, arranged offerings acknowledging exchange beyond commercial transaction. And moving among these elements with patient dedication, the Watcher continued, vigilant stewardship, guiding when guidance served necessary purpose, intervening when intervention prevented unnecessary suffering, maintaining sanctuary where temporary refuge might be required during inevitable transitions between seemingly stable conditions. Some claimed the figure represented displaced human spirit, finding purpose beyond physical existence. Others insisted it embodied the land's consciousness, focused through specific location where conditions supported unusual manifestation. Most simply accepted its presence without excessive speculation, recognizing practical benefits of protective influence without demanding explanatory framework that might diminish rather than enhance relationships established through direct experience. For Thomas Everett, working ranch hand with practical disposition and limited inclination toward supernatural contemplation, the experience catalyzed subtle yet permanent reorganization of fundamental assumptions. The world had revealed itself as simultaneously more mysterious and more benevolent than previous understanding had accommodated, containing phenomena beyond convenient categorization, yet operating through principles recognizable through effects rather than intrinsic attributes. Some corners of the world have their own guardians, he would eventually explain to younger ranch hands gathered around evening fires when conversation turned toward Mesquite Hollow and its unusual reputation. Not ghosts exactly, not angels either, but something that watches and sometimes helps when helping's needed. This modest characterization, offered without elaborate embellishment or insistence upon specific interpretation, would constitute his primary public acknowledgement of encounter that had permanently altered his relationship with the landscape. He continued navigating through pragmatic daily activities. The explanation satisfied practical requirements for communication, while respecting inherent limitations of language when addressing experiences that transcended conventional parameters. And occasionally, during subsequent years, when duties brought him near Mesquite Hollow around transitional hours of dawn or dusk, Thomas would deliberately leave small tokens of acknowledgement at the central clearing, practical items representing appreciation rather than supplication, maintaining relationship established through mutual recognition rather than hierarchical deference. Russet invariably accompanied these visits with unusual attentiveness, occasionally ranging ahead as if responding to perception beyond his master's awareness, then returning with satisfied demeanor, suggesting successful exchange beyond human observation. The dog never again experienced misfortune within the hollow's boundaries, instead displaying increased confidence during passages that suggested recognition of protective influence extending beyond ordinary environmental conditions. Together, man and dog continued their working partnership across changing seasons, maintaining practical engagement with ranch responsibilities, while carrying forward subtle transformation initiated through encounter with presence that existed simultaneously within and beyond conventional reality. Guardian spirit embodying ancient relationship between human passage and enduring landscape, watching over forgotten corners where transient lives occasionally required guidance when established patterns temporarily failed to provide necessary support. In Mesquite Hollow, the ancient mesquites continued filtering harsh sunlight into gentler illumination, creating sanctuary where both wildlife and occasional human travelers found temporary refuge within otherwise unforgiving terrain. And moving among twisted trunks with patient dedication, the Watcher maintained vigilant stewardship, presence known primarily through effects rather than direct observation, yet undeniably real within expanded understanding that accommodated mysteries beyond complete explanation, while recognizing benefits beyond coincidental occurrence. Some stories resisted definitive conclusion, instead continuing through subtle influence upon those who experienced direct encounter, lives externally unchanged while internally reorganized around expanded awareness of possibilities existing beyond previously established boundaries. The Watcher of Mesquite Hollow represented such ongoing narrative, documented primarily through effects rather than explicit description, known through experience rather than explanation. For Thomas Everett, this represented sufficient understanding, practical benefits acknowledged without excessive elaboration, mysterious presence respected without unnecessary intrusion, relationship maintained through appropriate exchange rather than presumptuous familiarity. The world contained more than conventional categories, accommodated, yet operated through recognizable patterns that rewarded attentive observation and respectful engagement. Some things you understand through experience rather than explanation remained his primary characterization when pressed for details regarding the Hollow's reputation. And some places have their watchers, whether we notice them or not. This modest summation, offered without embellishment or insistence, contained essential wisdom derived from encounter that had expanded awareness while respecting inherent limitations of human perception when addressing phenomena that transcended ordinary classification. The Watcher of Mesquite Hollow continued vigilant stewardship without requiring recognition or understanding, embodying relationship between human passage and enduring landscape that predated current occupants and would likely continue beyond their eventual departure. Thomas carried this awareness forward through subsequent years, perception permanently calibrated to possibilities previously overlooked, attention, including peripheral dimensions, formally dismissed as irrelevant imagination. The world had revealed itself as simultaneously more mysterious and more benevolent than previous understanding had accommodated, containing phenomena beyond convenient categorization, yet operating through principles recognizable through patient observation and respectful engagement. And occasionally, when duties brought him near the hollow, around transitional hours when boundaries between ordinary and extraordinary temporarily softened, Thomas would glimpse familiar silhouette among ancient mesquites, neither fully revealed nor completely concealed, identity maintained through function rather than specific form, purpose embodied through consistent actions rather than explicit declaration. Such moments reinforced understanding established through initial encounter, that some corners of the world maintained their own guardians, presence defined through protective function rather than conventional existence, known primarily through effects that transcended coincidental occurrence, without demanding elaborate explanation or excessive speculation. The practical man navigating practical world, this represented sufficient understanding, mystery acknowledged without unnecessary elaboration, beneficial presence respected without intrusive curiosity, relationship maintained through appropriate exchange rather than presumptuous familiarity. The Watcher of Mosquito Hollow continued vigilant stewardship, whether observed or unobserved, embodying ancient connection between transient human passage and enduring landscape that accommodated temporary visitors while maintaining essential character, established across countless seasons of persistent existence. As Thomas Everett and his faithful companion Russet continued their journey across the vast rangeland, memories of the Watcher of Mesquite Hollow remained with them like a protective shadow. The mysterious guardian had changed something fundamental in Thomas's perception, teaching him that the land held secrets visible only to those who knew how to look beyond the obvious. Some evenings, as he sat beside campfires under the expansive desert sky, Thomas would gaze upward at the tapestry of stars and wonder about other mysteries waiting to be discovered. The Hollow had been just one sanctuary of wonder in a land filled with hidden stories, ancient tales written not just in the twisted branches of mesquite trees, but in the very earth beneath his feet and the endless canvas of stars above. Little did Thomas know that elsewhere in these territories, another secret was slowly emerging from beneath layers of time and dust. A different kind of watcher had left their mark, not in the form of a guardian presence, but as a carefully crafted map of the heavens, etched into stone by hands that had turned to dust centuries ago. This story, like many in the desert, waited patiently for someone to uncover its mystery. For while the Watcher of Mesquite Hollow guarded lost travelers and animals with silent vigilance, the star map beneath the dust held different secrets. Celestial knowledge, preserved from a time when people looked to the stars not just for navigation, but for meaning and connection to something greater than themselves. The desert keeps its secrets well, revealing them only to those with the patience to listen, the wisdom to observe, and the courage to follow where unseen paths might lead. Evening settled over Adobe Bend with the gentle patience of dust finding its resting place. Professor Thomas Whitaker adjusted his spectacles and gazed across the sprawling expanse of the arroyo that curved like a sleeping serpent beneath the New Austin sky. The day's heat still radiated from the parched earth, though the air had begun to cool as the sun relinquished its claim on the horizon. Thomas had arrived 3 days prior, his wagon laden with astronomical equipment, a brass telescope of considerable size, star charts carefully preserved between wooden boards, notebooks filled with meticulous observations, and the various instruments of a man who had devoted his life to studying the heavens. At 58, Thomas carried himself with the quiet dignity of someone who had found his purpose early and pursued it without wavering. Silver threaded through his once dark hair, and the lines etched around his eyes spoke of countless nights spent gazing upward, squinting against the darkness to discern patterns among the stars. His hands, steady despite the advancing years, were those of a scholar, the fingertips slightly stained with ink, the palms bearing calluses not from physical labor, but from the constant grip of pen and telescope adjustments. Adobe Bend existed as little more than a pause along the trail, a collection of structures that had grown organically where the old trading route crossed what had once been a river. Now, the riverbed lay dry most months of the year, running with water only during the brief, violent rains that occasionally swept through the territory. The settlement consisted of a general store that doubled as a post office, a modest saloon that served more as a gathering place than a den of iniquity, a livery stable, and a scattering of homes built from a combination of adobe, salvaged wood, and stubborn hope. Thomas had selected this location after corresponding with the region's territorial surveyor, who had mentioned the unusual clarity of the night skies and the relative absence of dust storms during this season. With the Leonid meteor shower approaching, Thomas had packed his equipment and traveled westward, anticipating several weeks of uninterrupted observation far from the growing light pollution of larger settlements. He had established his camp on a gentle rise overlooking the arroyo, positioning his tent and equipment to take advantage of the natural windbreak provided by a formation of weather-smoothed boulders. The location offered both protection and perspective, a quality Thomas had sought throughout his life in matters beyond astronomy as well. "Evening, Professor," called a voice from the path leading up from the settlement. "Thought you might appreciate some fresh cornbread with your supper tonight." Tomas turned to see Maria Valdez approaching, a covered basket in her arms. At 73, Maria moved with the deliberate grace of someone who had learned that hurrying rarely improved outcomes. As the owner of Adobe Bend's general store and its unofficial historian, she had taken an immediate interest in Tomas's arrival and his astronomical pursuits. "Mrs. Valdez, your kindness continues to overwhelm me," Thomas replied, setting aside the journal where he had been noting the day's observations. "I fear I've done nothing to deserve such generosity." Maria's laugh carried the warm depth of someone who had found much to appreciate in a life that had not always been gentle. "Nonsense. You've brought excitement to our little settlement. Everyone's talking about the Starman and his magnificent telescope." She placed the basket on the small folding table beside his equipment. "Besides, Daniel Miller says you showed him Jupiter's moons last night. The boy hasn't stopped talking about it since." Thomas smiled at the memory of the young ranch hand's astonishment as he had peered through the telescope's eyepiece. Curious minds deserve encouragement, regardless of age or circumstance. Daniel asked thoughtful questions, the kind that suggest he's been wondering about the sky for some time. "This land does that to people," Maria said, gesturing toward the vast expanse surrounding them. "Makes them look up and wonder. The old ones knew that better than most." She paused, her gaze drifting toward the arroyo below. "Have you ventured down into the riverbed yet, Professor?" Thomas shook his head. "I've been primarily focused on preparing for the meteor shower. The riverbed hasn't factored into my observations." Maria's expression took on a quality that suggested she possessed knowledge worth sharing. "You might find it worth your while to explore down there, especially as the light fades. There are patterns in that old riverbed that have puzzled folks around here for generations." Thomas raised an eyebrow, his interest immediately piqued. "Patterns? Of what nature? That's for you to discover," Maria replied with a smile that carried decades of collected wisdom. "Just follow the arroyo around the bend where the old cottonwood stands. The one struck by lightning some years back but still clings to life. About 100 yards beyond, you'll find a section where the riverbed widens. That's where you'll want to look." She adjusted her shawl against the cooling air. "But go at dusk when the light plays differently across the stones." With that cryptic suggestion, Maria bid him good evening and began her descent back toward the settlement, leaving Thomas with fresh cornbread, cooling coffee, and a newly awakened curiosity about what might lie in the ancient riverbed below his camp. As the sun continued its descent, painting the western sky in deepening hues of amber and crimson, Thomas found his attention repeatedly drawn to the arroyo. Maria Valdez did not strike him as someone given to fanciful notions or exaggeration. If she suggested the riverbed contained something worth investigating, he was inclined to believe her. Finishing his coffee and securing his equipment against the evening breeze, Thomas decided to follow Maria's suggestion. He gathered a small lantern, his notebook, and a walking stick that had accompanied him on expeditions across 3 continents. The descent into the arroyo was gradual, but required attention to footing, as loose stones occasionally shifted beneath his boots. The riverbed itself stretched approximately 30 yards across at this point, a testimony to the significant flow that had once carved this channel through the landscape. Now it lay mostly dry, its surface a complex mosaic of smooth stones, scattered driftwood preserved by the arid climate, and patches of compacted sand. The last rainfall had been weeks earlier, leaving only the faintest traces of moisture in the deepest sections of the channel. Thomas proceeded along the arroyo, noting how the quality of light changed as the sun disappeared completely behind the western ridge. The blended twilight created an unusual illumination. Neither the harsh clarity of day nor the concealing shadows of true night, but rather a liminal glow that seemed to reveal the landscape differently. Ahead, he could see the lightning-struck cottonwood Maria had mentioned, its silhouette distinctive against the darkening sky. One side of the massive tree remained bare, scorched by its celestial encounter, while the other continued to produce leaves that rustled softly in the evening breeze. Passing the ancient tree, Thomas continued another 100 yards as instructed. Here, the arroyo widened considerably into a natural amphitheater of sorts, the banks rising higher on either side while the riverbed expanded to nearly 60 yards across. He paused, surveying the area carefully, uncertain what precisely he was meant to observe. Initially, nothing appeared unusual. Simply more stones, sand, and the occasional piece of sun-bleached wood. But as the first stars began to appear overhead and the quality of light shifted once more, Thomas noticed something extraordinary beginning to reveal itself across the riverbed. Patterns were emerging among the stones. Not random arrangements, but deliberate placements that seemed to grow more distinct as the daylight faded completely. The smooth river rocks, varying in size and subtle colorations, had been positioned in configurations that struck Thomas with immediate, visceral recognition. "Constellations," he whispered, his voice barely audible even to himself. Moving forward slowly, careful now of where he placed his feet, Thomas approached the nearest pattern. 7 stones of varying sizes arranged in a configuration instantly familiar to any astronomer. The Pleiades, the 7 sisters. The positioning wasn't merely suggestive, it was precise, with the stones arranged in exact proportional distances to represent the stars' positions relative to one another. Thomas's heart quickened as he raised his gaze and scanned the riverbed more comprehensively. Across the expanse of sand and stone, dozens of constellations had been recreated on the ground. Orion with its distinctive belt and sword, the great square of Pegasus, the sinuous curve of Draco, the perfect bowl of the Big Dipper with its pointer stars accurately aligned. He moved among them with growing wonder, his lantern now lit but held low to preserve the interplay of starlight and stone. The precision was astonishing. Whoever had created this terrestrial star map had possessed not only knowledge of the night sky, but the mathematical understanding to translate celestial positions to ground-level representation while maintaining accurate scaling. Most remarkable was the realization that the patterns became visible primarily at this specific time of day, when direct sunlight no longer flattened the visual field, yet before complete darkness rendered the stones indistinguishable. The twilight created precisely the conditions needed to perceive the subtle variations in stone size, color, and placement that constituted the star map. Amazing, Thomas murmured, carefully making notes in his journal. Simply extraordinary. As he documented the discovery, questions multiplied in his mind. Who had created this elaborate astronomical reproduction? When had it been established? How had the creators ensured the stones remained in position through seasonal flooding? And perhaps most intriguing, why had it been created at all? Thomas lost track of time as he moved through the celestial landscape rendered in stone, identifying constellation after constellation. The precision suggested recent work, yet some of the stones appeared to have rested in their positions for considerable time, partially embedded in the riverbed as if placed there generations ago. The sound of approaching footsteps eventually drew Thomas from his absorption. Turning, he raised his lantern to illuminate a man making his way carefully down the arroyo bank. He appeared to be in his early 30s, dressed in the practical clothing of a rancher, denim, leather, and cotton, worn smooth through daily use. A wide-brimmed hat shadowed his features until he stepped closer, revealing a face weathered by sun and wind, but still youthful in its expression. "Evening," the man called. "Mrs. Valdez mentioned you might be down here. Thought I'd see if you found what she sent you looking for." He extended a hand. "James Turner. My family runs the Broken Wheel Ranch just north of here." Thomas introduced himself, still holding his journal in one hand. "I must say, Mr. Turner, I've discovered something quite remarkable. Are you familiar with these stone patterns?" The rancher nodded, surveying the riverbed with the comfortable familiarity of someone who had known the landscape since childhood. "Been here as long as I can remember. Used to play among them as a boy, hopping from Orion to the Big Dipper, making up stories about walking among the stars." He smiled at the memory. "Never thought much about who put them here or why. Just part of the land, like the mesas and canyons." "The precision is extraordinary," Thomas said, gesturing toward the stone configurations surrounding them. "These aren't merely suggestive shapes. They're astronomically accurate representations, properly scaled and oriented. Creating this would have required considerable knowledge and dedication." James considered this, removing his hat briefly to run a hand through sunlight and hair. "My grandfather used to tell stories about the old Pueblo people who lived in these parts, long before any of our families arrived. said they were great watchers of the sky, that they built their sacred structures to align with solstices and such. He replaced his hat, adjusting it thoughtfully. Never put it together that these stones might be connected to all that. It's a remarkable possibility, Thomas agreed. Though the preservation of such precise positioning over centuries would be unusual, especially in an active riverbed. James gestured toward the surrounding banks. This section rarely sees strong flow anymore. When the rains come, water tends to find a channel along the southern edge, leaving this wider part relatively undisturbed. Still, you're right. It's strange they've stayed so well arranged. As they conversed, Thomas noticed additional patterns becoming visible as true night descended and starlight strengthened overhead. Most fascinating was the realization that the ground-based constellations now appeared to mirror their celestial counterparts above, as if the riverbed had become a reflection of the heavens. It's like the land remembers the sky, James observed quietly, following Thomas's gaze upward, then back to the stones at their feet. Makes a man feel small but connected all at once, doesn't it? The observation carried a depth that resonated with Thomas's own response to the discovery. Before he could reply, another voice joined their conversation from the arroyo's edge. The old ones said the stars wrote their stories twice, once above for the gods to read, and once below for the people to remember. Thomas and James turned to see an elderly man carefully making his way down the bank, supported by a gnarled walking stick of mesquite wood. Despite his evident age, perhaps well into his 80s, he moved with determined dignity, his dark eyes bright and alert in a face mapped with deep lines that spoke of both laughter and hardship. He wore simple clothing of muted colors, with a woven blanket draped over his shoulders against the night's growing chill. "Mr. Aguila," James acknowledged respectfully, "didn't expect to see you out this evening. The stars are speaking loudly tonight," the elder replied, coming to stand beside them. "And we have a visitor who listens to them." He extended a weathered hand to Thomas. "Miguel Aguila. My great-grandfather's people lived in the pueblo to the north before it was abandoned." Thomas introduced himself, immediately intrigued by this unexpected encounter. "Mr. Aguila, I've just discovered these remarkable stone constellations. Mr. Turner mentioned they might be connected to the Pueblo people who once inhabited this region." Miguel surveyed the stone patterns with the measured gaze of someone revisiting familiar territory. "My grandfather brought me here when I was young, just as his grandfather brought him. He said our ancestors placed the first stones, though many generations have tended them since." He pointed with his walking stick toward a particularly intricate pattern. "Some constellations have been added over time. That one, the eagle, was placed by Spanish missionaries who came through these lands. They saw their own stories in the sky and added them to the map. So this has been maintained across cultures, across centuries?" Thomas asked, astounded by the implication. Miguel nodded. "The star map has many authors, Professor. The people of the Pueblo began it, placing stones to mirror the sky pictures that guided their planting seasons and ceremonies. When they departed, driven by drought or conflict, the stories differ. Others who came to this land discovered the patterns and understood their meaning. Some added their own star stories. Some simply maintained what was already here." Thomas marveled at the concept. A collaborative astronomical record spanning generations and cultures, preserved through the simple medium of carefully placed stones. But why here, in a riverbed? Wouldn't there have been concern about flooding disturbing the patterns? The old stories say the riverbed was chosen purposefully. Miguel replied, easing himself down to sit on a large boulder at the edge of the stone constellations. Water comes and goes, sometimes changing what people have built, sometimes revealing what was hidden. The changing nature of the riverbed was seen as appropriate for stark knowledge, which itself changes with seasons and generations. James nodded thoughtfully. I remember particularly heavy rains about 10 years back that shifted some of these patterns. Folk from town came out afterward to restore them, moving stones back to their proper places. Wasn't organized exactly, just people remembering how they were supposed to look and fixing what had been disturbed. A communal memory, Thomas said, grasping the profound implications. Knowledge preserved not in a single mind or document, but distributed among many observers who each carry a piece of the whole. Miguel smiled, the expression transforming his weathered features with a vitality that transcended age. You understand well for a newcomer, Professor. This map has endured because it belongs to no one and everyone. Each generation adds their understanding while preserving what came before. The three men fell silent for a moment, each contemplating the star map from their own perspective. Miguel with the deep connection of ancestral knowledge, James with the familiarity of childhood memory, and Thomas with the fresh wonder of discovery. Above them, the night sky deepened to full darkness, revealing more stars with each passing minute. Below, the stone constellations seemed to gather definition in the starlight, as if responding to their celestial counterpart. There's a story my grandfather told, Miguel continued eventually, his voice taking on the rhythmic quality of practiced oral tradition. He said that when the first people were learning to understand the world, they noticed that patterns in the sky changed with the seasons, marking time and guiding their movements. They wanted to remember these patterns, to teach them to their children, but had no written language to record them. Thomas and James settled on nearby rocks, instinctively adopting the posture of attentive listeners as Miguel's story unfolded, against the backdrop of actual stars and their stone reflections. A wise woman of the tribe suggested they create a map on the ground, using stones to mark where important stars appeared. They chose the riverbed, because its smooth stones had been shaped by water, just as their understanding had been shaped by time. They worked together, placing each stone with care, teaching their children the names and stories of each pattern as they worked. Miguel gestured toward the intricate patterns surrounding them. When they finished, something unexpected happened. As they gathered in the riverbed at dusk to admire their work, the first stars appeared above them, and for the first time, the people fully understood their place in creation. They stood between two skies, one above of untouchable light, one below of solid stone. They realized they themselves were the connection between these worlds, the living bridge that gave meaning to both pattern. Thomas found himself deeply moved by the narrative and its philosophical implications. Throughout his academic career, he had approached astronomy as a mathematical science, a field of precise calculations and objective observation. Yet here, rendered in river stones and oral tradition, was a profoundly human dimension to Stark acknowledge, one that connected observation with meaning, pattern with purpose. My grandfather said that each generation since has maintained the map, not just to remember the stars' positions, but to remember this understanding, that we stand between worlds, giving meaning to both through our attention, Miguel concluded. Some added new patterns as they learned them, some corrected positions as their observations improved, but all understood they were part of something that began before them and would continue after. As Miguel finished speaking, Thomas noticed something remarkable occurring across the riverbed. The angle of starlight had shifted slightly with the star's progress across the sky, causing certain stones to catch the light differently. Patterns that had been prominent earlier now receded somewhat, while others became more visible, a dynamic reflection of the actual night sky's movement. It changes throughout the night, James observed, noticing Thomas's fascination. Different constellations seem to wake up as the hours pass. If you stayed until dawn, you'd see the morning constellations brighten just before the sun washes them away. Ingenious, Thomas breathed. The creators incorporated not just the spatial arrangements of stars, but their temporal progression as well. It's a four-dimensional astronomical model rendered in the simplest possible medium. Miguel nodded, pleased by Tomas's understanding. The old ones knew that time and space dance together. This map breathes with the night, telling different stories as the hours pass. As they continued their conversation, Thomas learned more about the history of the star map and the community that had preserved it. According to Miguel, periodic gatherings still occurred several times yearly, particularly around solstices and equinoxes, when people from surrounding settlements would visit the riverbed at twilight. Some came to maintain the stone arrangements, others simply to walk among the constellations and remember their connection to something larger than individual lives or concerns. Young people from the ranches and town learn the star patterns here before they ever identify them in the sky, Miguel explained. They step from stone to stone, reciting the names and stories, understanding the shapes with their bodies before seeing them with their eyes. James confirmed this with a smile. That's how I learned them. My father would bring me here on clear evenings, having me stand on one stone constellation while pointing to its counterpart above. The ground remembers what the sky reveals, he'd always say. As the night deepened around them, Thomas found himself experiencing a profound shift in perspective. Throughout his career, he had observed the cosmos through increasingly sophisticated instruments, measuring celestial movements with ever greater precision. Yet here, in this simple riverbed arrangement, he encountered an approach to astronomical knowledge that encompassed not just observation, but integration, a way of understanding that connected the observer intimately with the observer. Miguel seemed to sense Thomas's internal revelation. You have traveled far to study the stars through your telescope, Professor. Yet tonight you find yourself looking down instead of up. Thomas nodded thoughtfully. In academia, we sometimes forget that knowledge exists not just to be accumulated, but to be lived. This star map represents something my colleagues and I often overlook: the profound human context of astronomical observation. The stars have always told human stories, Miguel said softly. Science gives us their distances and compositions, which is valuable knowledge. But the stories give us their meaning, which is necessary wisdom. As midnight approached, James reluctantly announced he needed to return to his ranch. Dawn comes early regardless of how late the stars keep us up, he explained with the pragmatism of someone whose livelihood depended on daily physical labor. Before departing, he extended an invitation to Thomas. Once you've finished your meteor observations, consider riding out to the ranch. There's an old cave on our north property with star markings painted on the ceiling. Different style than these stones, but might interest you. Thomas thanked him for the invitation, making a note to follow up before his departure from the region. As James made his way back along the arroyo toward where he had tethered his horse, Miguel and Thomas remained among the stone constellations, their conversation turning to more specific astronomical matters. Thomas was impressed by the elder's knowledge, not just of traditional star lore, but of precise observational details that revealed generations of careful study. Miguel, in turn, showed genuine interest in Thomas's work, asking thoughtful questions about the upcoming meteor shower and the new understandings emerging from telescope technology. Different approaches to the same magnificent mystery, Miguel observed as Thomas described recent discoveries regarding Jupiter's atmospheric patterns. Your telescope extends the eye. Our stories extend the heart. Both are needed to truly understand. As their conversation continued, Miguel occasionally used his walking stick to point out particular features of the stone constellations, explaining subtle aspects of their arrangement that might not be immediately obvious. Some stones were positioned slightly above or below the riverbed's general level, creating a three-dimensional aspect to certain constellations. Others incorporated small variations in color or texture that became apparent only under specific lighting conditions or from particular viewing angles. The Dreamer constellation, Miguel explained, indicating a pattern Thomas recognized as approximately corresponding to Perseus in Western astronomy. Changes expression depending on where you stand. From here, the face appears serene. Step 3 paces to your right, and the arrangement creates a more contemplative countenance. Thomas followed the suggestion and was astonished to find the elder was correct. The subtle shift in perspective altered the apparent relationships between the stones, creating the distinct impression of a changed expression in the constellation's humanoid form. Remarkable, Thomas murmured. Multiple layers of meaning encoded through viewpoint-dependent perception. As the night deepened toward its middle hours, Miguel finally rose from his seated position, using his walking stick for support. I must return to my home, Professor. These old bones require more rest than they once did. He gestured toward the stone constellations surrounding them. But you are welcome to remain as long as you wish. The stars will continue their conversation with the stones, whether we witness it or not. Thomas thanked him sincerely for the insights shared. You've opened my eyes to an entirely different dimension of astronomical observation, Mr. Aguila. I'm deeply grateful. Miguel smiled, the expression visible even in the limited light. Perhaps tomorrow evening you might bring your telescope down to the riverbed. I would be honored to view Jupiter through your instrument, and you might find it interesting to observe the heavens while standing among their earthly reflections. The suggestion immediately appealed to Thomas. An excellent proposal. I shall make the necessary arrangements. After Miguel departed, making his way slowly but steadily back toward Adobe Bend, Thomas remained in the riverbed, moving carefully among the stone constellations. He continued documenting the arrangements in his journal, sketching the most intricate patterns and noting their correspondence to known stellar configurations. As the night progressed, he observed the phenomenon James had mentioned. Different constellations becoming more or less prominent as the angle of starlight shifted with the Earth's rotation. The dynamic nature of the display continued to astonish him, revealing new layers of sophistication in what had initially appeared to be a static arrangement. Thomas lost track of time as he explored the star map, his scientific mind engaging fully with this unexpected discovery, while simultaneously experiencing a profound emotional response to its beauty and significance. Here was astronomy as both science and poetry, observation and participation, analysis and wonder. The dichotomies that often separated these approaches dissolved in the simple eloquence of carefully placed stones. Eventually, the practical considerations of his original research purpose drew Thomas back to his camp. The Leonid meteor shower would reach its peak the following night, requiring proper rest and equipment preparation. With reluctance, he departed the riverbed, Already anticipating his return with the telescope as Miguel had suggested, the following day passed in productive preparation. Tomas cleaned and calibrated his observational instruments, prepared fresh notebooks for recording meteor paths and frequencies, and adjusted his camp layout to accommodate optimal viewing conditions. Throughout these familiar activities, however, his thoughts repeatedly returned to the stone constellations and their implications for his understanding of astronomical knowledge. By late afternoon, Tomas had completed his preparations and secured assistance from the livery stable to transport his telescope down to the riverbed. The instrument, while not the largest he had used in professional observatories, was still substantial, requiring careful handling as it was moved from the camp to the site of the stone constellations. As evening approached, Tomas found himself joined not only by Miguel, as arranged, but by several other residents of Adobe Bend and surrounding ranches, who had heard about the visiting astronomer's plans for the night's observation. Among them was Maria Valdez, who arrived carrying another basket of provisions. "Meteor watching requires sustenance," she declared, setting out cornbread, dried fruit, and a thermos of coffee on a flat rock at the edge of the star map. "Besides, I've lived here 60 years and never once looked through such a fine telescope. Wouldn't miss the opportunity." James Turner arrived with his wife and young son, the boy immediately racing to hop between stone constellations while his father called reminders to watch his footing. Several other ranchers and townspeople made their way to the riverbed as twilight deepened, some bringing blankets to sit upon, others carrying their own modest provisions to share. Tomas observed this gathering with pleasant surprise. What he had anticipated as a quiet evening of observation with Miguel had transformed into something approaching a community event. Rather than feeling his scientific purpose disrupted, Tomas found himself appreciating the social dimension this added to the night's activities. As dusk settled into true darkness, the stone constellations began their nightly emergence, patterns becoming visible as starlight strengthened overhead. The assembled observers moved among them with the easy familiarity of those revisiting a cherished location, pointing out favorite configurations to one another and to Tomas. The telescope, positioned near the center of the riverbed on its sturdy tripod, became the gathering's focal point once stars appeared in sufficient numbers for meaningful observation. Tomas demonstrated its operation to the assembled group, explaining the basic principles of magnification and light gathering that allowed distant celestial objects to be viewed in greater detail. Beginning with the moon, a waxing crescent providing dramatic shadows along its terminator line, Tomas guided individual observers as they took turns at the eyepiece. Each person's reaction revealed something about their character. The young boy's exuberant excitement, Maria's thoughtful silence, James's practical questions about distance and size, Miguel's knowing nod as if greeting an old friend seen from a new perspective. As the evening progressed, Tomas adjusted the telescope to showcase different celestial highlights, the rings of Saturn inspiring particular wonder among those who had never seen them resolved clearly before. Throughout these observations, conversations flowed among the gathered community members, blending practical matters of ranch life and town business with reflections on the stars and their meaning. Miguel, seated on the same boulder he had occupied the previous evening, occasionally shared traditional stories connected to particular constellations visible either overhead or in their stone counterparts surrounding them. These narratives, some clearly ancient in origin, others incorporating elements from multiple cultural traditions, were received with respectful attention by the assembled group, regardless of their own backgrounds. Most remarkable to Tomas was the natural integration of scientific and cultural knowledge occurring throughout the gathering. His explanations of stellar distances or planetary compositions did not compete with Miguel's traditional narratives, but rather complemented them, each approach illuminating different dimensions of the same magnificent cosmos. The stars tell many true stories simultaneously, Miguel observed during a moment when the telescope was being readjusted. They speak of elements forged in their hearts, of light traveling across unimaginable distances, of mathematical patterns in their movements. All the truths your science reveals so beautifully, Professor. He gestured toward the stone constellations surrounding them. Mai also speak of human hopes and fears, of our ancestors' efforts to navigate both land and life, of our persistent desire to find meaning in what we observe, the truths preserved in story and symbol. Around midnight, the first meteors of the Leonid shower began to streak across the sky, eliciting murmurs of appreciation from the gathered observers. While Thomas had originally planned to document the shower with scientific precision, he found himself instead participating in the community's collective experience of the celestial display. As brilliant streaks of light momentarily outshone the steadier stars, Thomas noticed something extraordinary occurring in the riverbed. Certain strategic stones within the constellations appeared to contain flecks of reflective material, perhaps naturally occurring mica or quartz, that caught the moonlight in fleeting sparkles remarkably similar to the meteors above. Whether this was intentional design or fortunate coincidence, the effect created a visual echo between sky and ground that enhanced the sense of standing between mirrored worlds. The ground remembers what the sky reveals, James repeated his father's saying softly, standing beside Thomas as they both observed this phenomenon. As the meteor shower intensified, conversation gradually diminished, replaced by comfortable silence broken only by occasional expressions of wonder at particularly bright or colorful streaks across the heavens. The gathered community, diverse in age and background, shared this experience with a sense of connection that transcended ordinary social boundaries. Thomas found himself profoundly moved by this unplanned convergence of his scientific purpose with the community's cultural tradition. Throughout his career, he had often conducted observations in isolation or exclusively among fellow astronomers, the pursuit of knowledge separated from its broader human context. Here, in this ancient riverbed with its stone reflections of the sky, he experienced astronomy as an inherently communal endeavor. Knowledge gathered, not merely to be recorded in academic journals, but to be shared, discussed, wondered at together. As the night deepened toward dawn and the meteor shower gradually subsided, the gathering began to disperse. Families with children departed first, followed by those whose work required early rising. Eventually, only Tomas, Miguel, and Maria remained, seated at the edge of the stone constellations as the eastern sky began to lighten imperceptibly. For someone who came to observe the heavens, you've spent considerable time looking at the ground these past 2 nights, Maria observed with gentle humor. Tomas smiled, acknowledging the truth in her observation. I've discovered that sometimes we must look down to understand what's above. These stone constellations have taught me as much about astronomy as many years in formal observatories. What will you tell your colleagues about this place? Miguel asked. Will you write about the star map in your scientific papers? The question gave Tomas pause. Academic astronomy operated according to specific conventions and expectations. A paper describing indigenous astronomical knowledge preserved through arranged riverbed stones would likely be received with skepticism by many of his colleagues, perhaps diminishing his professional standing. Yet the significance of what he had discovered here, not just the stone constellations themselves, but the continuous community engagement with astronomical knowledge they represented, seemed too important to leave undocumented. I shall certainly write about it, Thomas decided, though perhaps not exclusively for academic publications. This place deserves documentation that honors both its scientific precision and its cultural significance. A record that future generations might consult, regardless of their particular approach to understanding the stars. Miguel nodded approval. A wise decision, Professor. Knowledge belongs in many houses, not just one. As the first true light of dawn began to illuminate the eastern horizon, Thomas noticed a final remarkable feature of the stone constellations. With the changing angle of illumination, certain arrangements that had been prominent throughout the night began to fade from easy perception, while other patterns, corresponding to daytime celestial positions invisible to ordinary observation, subtly emerged. The map shows what cannot be seen directly, he realized aloud. Even during daylight, it preserves knowledge of stars temporarily hidden from view. The old ones understood that absence is not the same as non-existence, Miguel confirmed. What cannot be seen directly can still be remembered, still influence our understanding. As sunrise approached, Thomas helped Miguel and Maria gather the remaining items from their night's vigil. The telescope would be returned to his camp later with assistance from the livery stable. For now, it stood as a silent sentinel among the stone constellations, its brass tube catching the first golden light of morning. "Will you return to the riverbed tonight, Professor?" Maria asked as they prepared to depart. "The meteor shower continues for another 2 evenings, though not as intensely as last night." Thomas considered the question thoughtfully. His original research plan had included comprehensive documentation of the entire meteor event, suggesting he should continue observations. Yet he had already experienced something far more valuable than mere meteoric data. "I believe I will adjust my focus," he replied. "The stone constellations have opened new avenues of inquiry I hadn't anticipated. I'd like to document them more thoroughly during my remaining time here, perhaps with Miguel's assistance if he's willing." He glanced at the elder, who nodded agreement. "The meteors will return in predictable cycles, but this opportunity to understand the star map may not present itself again." As they climbed the Arroyo bank toward Adobe Bend, Thomas paused to look back at the riverbed, now fully illuminated by morning sunlight. From this perspective, and under this lighting, the stone constellations were barely perceptible, their patterns obscured by daylight's even illumination, their significance invisible to casual observation. Yet Thomas now knew they remained present, waiting for the proper conditions to reveal their meaning once more. Like the stars themselves during daylight hours, the knowledge encoded in those carefully placed stones continued to exist, whether immediately visible or temporarily obscured. In this realization, Thomas found a profound metaphor for knowledge itself. Not a static acquisition, but a dynamic relationship between observer and observed, dependent on perspective, illumination, and the willingness to perceive patterns that might not be immediately obvious. As he turned to continue toward the settlement, Thomas felt a deep sense of gratitude for the unexpected discovery that had transformed his research journey. He had arrived in Adobe Bend seeking to document meteors, transient streaks of light that briefly illuminated the darkness. He would depart having encountered something far more enduring, a living tradition of astronomical knowledge preserved not in books or instruments, but in stones and stories. In community memory and shared wonder, the star map beneath the dust had revealed to him a different kind of constellation, one formed not of distant suns, but of human connections across time and culture, linked by our persistent desire to understand the heavens and our place beneath them. This pattern, Thomas reflected, might be the most significant astronomical discovery of his career, though it would never be measured in light years or stellar magnitudes. As Adobe Bend came into view, its simple structures now fully illuminated by morning sunlight, Thomas made a private resolution. The remainder of his stay would be dedicated not merely to observing celestial phenomena, but to participating in the community that had preserved this remarkable astronomical record. He would contribute his scientific knowledge to their understanding, even as he integrated their cultural wisdom into his own. In doing so, he would honor what the stone constellations had so eloquently demonstrated, that the most meaningful astronomy occurs not when we simply look upward in isolation, but when we recognize ourselves as standing between mirrored worlds, giving meaning to both through our attention, our understanding, and our willingness to share what we discover with others who might see from different perspectives. The stars above and the stones below had collaborated to teach this lesson. Thomas Whitaker, astronomer and now humble student of riverbed wisdom, intended to remember it long after he departed Adobe Bend, and its remarkable celestial reflection preserved in an ancient arroyo where water once flowed, and now knowledge rippled outward through attentive minds and open hearts. And so, partner, as our tale rides off into the sunset, it's time for you to rest your weary bones beneath the endless prairie sky. Let the sounds of the west be your lullaby tonight, from the gentle crackle of the campfire to the soft prairie winds and the distant song of nightbirds, all flowing uninterrupted, with no advertisements to break the peace of your slumber. Sweet dreams, cowpoke, and may your trail lead to peaceful pastures tonight.